Chapter 1282. The Shura was in danger. On the somersault cloud, the two of them also realized this. They were anxious and could not care less about the threat of the demons. They launched another attack on the blood umbrella. Bang bang! With two dull sounds, the blood umbrella shook violently again. It was flickering as if it could collapse at any time. Saint King saw this and shouted, "Go and stop them!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the demons flew toward the somersault cloud. The two of them looked down from above. When they saw the enemy attacking, they did not panic. Instead, they looked at each other and tacitly aimed their spears at the blood umbrella again. The blood umbrella was their real goal. They did not need to kill the demons. Moreover, the strength of the Devil Clan was not inferior to theirs. It was indeed difficult to kill the Devil Clan. When the demons flew in front of the somersault cloud, the dragon-trapping rope and arrows hit the blood umbrella again. Crack! A crack appeared on the blood umbrella. Although the fornax formation was powerful, its defense was not strong. Under the persistent attacks of the two of them, it was on the verge of collapsing. The fornax formation was damaged, so its power was naturally reduced. The Shura got a chance to breathe and saw a demon fly past him. He roared angrily, and his giant hand, which was constantly emitting yin qi, suddenly grabbed at the demon. The demon immediately became like an ant in his palm. Poof! Blood spurted out from the 5 fingers. The demon was crushed by the Shura. It was a bloody scene. "I will kill all of you." The Shura stared with his huge eyes like 2 lanterns. He turned his hand and slapped down, hitting a demon. Boom! The demon was slapped to the ground. The stone was shattered, and his flesh was mangled. He sank into the stone. The other demons were completely frightened by the Shura's terrifying attack. They were trembling. Li Xiaotian and Lu Qingmei were also deeply shocked by the Shura's attack. It was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. The demons were no match for the Shura. However, they were not happy for long. The demons' attack was in front of them. They hurriedly urged the somersault cloud to dodge. The somersault cloud did dodge. After all, even Saint King had successfully dodged the attack of the heaven-splitting axe, so how could he not dodge the attacks of the other demon race people? When the Saint King saw that the fornax formation was damaged, Shura was able to take a breather and unleash his invincible prowess. His heart was burning with anxiety. He was not in the mood to tangle with Tang Zheng. After repelling Tang Zheng's fierce attack, he flew toward Shura. Tang Zheng was not in a hurry to chase after him. Instead, he raised the heaven-shocking bow and the shooting sun arrow, aimed at the blood umbrella, and released his fingers. The shooting sun arrow pierced through the air and struck the blood umbrella like a bolt of lightning. Kacha! An even more crisp sound rang out. The blood umbrella shattered, turning into specks of bloody light that drifted in the air and completely disappeared. Saint King did not expect that Tang Zheng would be so decisive. He actually allowed him to succeed and completely destroy the fornax formation. Once the formation was broken, Shura was like a fierce tiger that had its shackles removed. His eyes widened and flickered with a dim light. He grabbed at the air, and the Tao of Azura condensed again, emitting a chilling yin qi and killing intent. Kill! The Shura opened his bloody mouth and roared hysterically. His killing intent shook the sky. The yin qi wreaked havoc, and a violent wind blew. The few demon clan-esque closest to the Shura did not even have the time to catch their breaths before they were split into 2 halves by the Shura blade that descended from the sky, dying on the spot. Saint King revealed a look of despair and let out a long sigh. He did not expect that the fornax formation that he had painstakingly built would not be completely successful. Of course, if not for the strange somersault cloud and the person hiding within, this battle would not have ended up like this. As for the person in the somersault cloud, Saint King could also see some signs. His cultivation was not very strong. He was truly hateful. In the end, he actually failed at the last step and lost to an opponent who was not very strong. Furthermore, He did not even see his opponent's appearance clearly. This was tantamount to a great humiliation. Lu Qingmei and Li Xiaotian saw that their efforts had finally succeeded and were unable to contain their joy. Lu Qingmei was so happy that she even jumped up. Li Xiaotian was calmer and looked at Lu Qingmei with a faint smile. Lu Qingmei calmed down and smiled embarrassedly. I have never experienced such a great battle, so I am a little excited. Understandable. Li Xiaotian nodded. Now we don't have to worry about failure, right? Lu Qingmei asked. Li Xiaotian looked down. The two sides were in a stalemate. It was really hard to say who would win and who would lose. Moreover, the purpose of the magma flowing to Mount Buzhou was still unclear. It was too early to talk about the outcome. Her gaze subconsciously looked in the direction of the magma and was horrified. Unknowingly, the magma had already flowed to the foot of Mount Buzhou. The speed of the red magma did not decrease. With a loud bang, it fiercely hit the foot of Mount Buzhou. The two sides suddenly swayed. The mountain shook and the earth shook. Everyone's expression changed. What's going on? Tang Zheng was shocked and did not know what to do. The magma is hitting Mount Buzhou. Li Xiaotian shouted at Tang Zheng. Like a high-pitched speaker, his voice fell from the sky and accurately entered everyone's ears. The demons all revealed a look of surprise and looked at Saint King in unison. The sage's eyebrows danced in delight as he madly laughed. Ha ha ha, Tang Zheng. You have spent so much effort to stop my actions, but it is all too late. The outcome has already been decided, and you have completely failed. Tang Zheng was at a loss. With a pale face, he asked, "What is going on?" The sage laughed mischievously and mysteriously said, "In a moment, the outcome will become clear. You will naturally know." Tang Zheng had an ominous premonition, but he really could not guess what Saint King was thinking. In the end, he jumped and flew into the sky. He shouted, "Somersault cloud!" Whoosh! The somersault cloud flew to his feet and caught him. The other two came up and looked at him with concern. He nodded at the two. Before he could say a word, his eyes were attracted by the scene at the foot of the mountain. The magma had gathered at the foot of Mount Buzhou. An endless stream of magma was flowing over from afar. Mount Buzhou was the destination. There was no doubt about this. The key was, what was the purpose of the magma gathering here? At the peak of Mount Buzhou, the Azura went berserk and swept in all directions. The demons were forced to retreat. The demons seemed to have no desire to continue fighting. They all retreated to the edge of Mount Buzhou and looked down the mountain. Saint King glanced at the somersault cloud in the sky from the corner of his eye. Then he turned all his attention to the foot of the mountain. It seemed that he was unwilling to be distracted. The Azura was full of murderous intent and had nowhere to vent it. The others did not accept the challenge and retreated. He felt helpless. Gradually, he was attracted by the scene at the foot of the mountain. He stretched his neck and looked down at the foot of the mountain from above. Boom! With a loud sound, Mount Buzhou sank down. The demons swayed, but they were all pleasantly surprised. Chapter 1283. Mount Buzhou was sinking. This was the power of the magma. Was this what the demons were after? Seeing the demons' ecstatic expressions, Tang Zheng was even more certain of this. He asked loudly, "Saint King, what are you going to do to Mount Buzhou?" Saint King retracted his gaze from the foot of the mountain. He rolled his eyes and looked at Tang Zheng mockingly. "Didn't you see it already? There's no need for Mount Buzhou to exist." What? Tang Zheng had guessed a little, but after hearing Saint King's words, he could not help but tremble in fear. "You want to destroy Mount Buzhou!" "You guessed right. Even if you know, you can't stop it. Soon, Mount Buzhou will disappear from this world. You want to read?" Saint King said proudly. Mount Buzhou was different from ordinary mountains. It was a mountain with divine power. Back then, when Hundred Faces' star crashed into Mount Buzhou, he only broke the stairway to heaven. He did not hurt the foundation of Mount Buzhou. 100 Faces Star did not have the power to do so. Even Qi Yu had to use external forces. He used the magma hidden deep in the ground to melt the foundation of Mount Buzhou bit by bit, and then caused it to collapse. Mount Buzhou has stood here for tens of thousands of years. What do you gain by destroying it? Tang Zheng believed that Qi Yu would not do something useless, so he asked this question. Mount Buzhou is the only way to connect the stairway to heaven and beyond heaven. As long as Mount Buzhou is destroyed, the two worlds will be separated forever. This is to protect mankind, to protect this world. Ancestor Qi Yu planned far ahead for the sake of this world, but you stopped him time and time again. Aren't you making the whole world your enemy? You proclaim yourself to be of the righteous path. So why would you do such a disgraceful thing? The sage spoke without stopping and asked righteously and sternly. Tang Zheng frowned, thinking to himself, when did Qi Yu become so kind-hearted? He actually did things for the sake of the entire human race. This was not his style at all. Young man, don't be fooled by his lies. I know better than you what kind of person Qi Yu is. He was not a good person at all. How could he be so kind? He must be up to something else. But the other party is deliberately hiding it. The inner demons suddenly spoke, reminding Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was suddenly enlightened. Yes, how could he forget Qi Yu's character? How could he be so kind? There must be something fishy going on, no matter how grandiose the other party sounded. Their motives were definitely not that simple. Tang Zheng's expression froze. He did not immediately point out the loopholes in Saint King's words. Instead, he followed his train of thought and asked, Saint King, you keep saying that you want to stop the outer sky from coming. Do you know that the outer sky's spatial isolation from our world is getting weaker and weaker? In the past, we had to use the celestial stairway to connect the two worlds. Now, we don't have to go through so much trouble. So even if you destroy Mount Buzhou, you may not be able to stop the outer sky's progress. Saint King was stunned. He looked at Tang Zheng in shock. Obviously, he did not think of this point. He asked in a deep voice, How did you know this? Back then, you were collectively expelled to the outer sky because of a huge conspiracy. It was to use you as a sacrifice to strengthen the outer sky's increasingly weak world. After you arrived at the outer sky, you should have known this already, right? Saint King's face darkened. Of course, he knew about this. After all the cultivators were expelled to the outer sky, they were not greeted with cheers. Instead, they were constantly hunted down. They were hunted until they were in a state of panic, like rats crossing the street. At the cost of many lives, they finally managed to stabilize. They fought a battle of wits and courage with the natives of the outer sky and occupied a place. Looking at the change in Saint King's expression, Tang Zheng knew that his words touched the other party's heart. He continued, The person who carried out this conspiracy is already dead. She was the one who told me about the separation of the two worlds. Is it that woman, Xianin? Saint King asked angrily. You actually know her? You must know that I'm not lying, right? Tang Zheng looked at Saint King in shock. Of course I know her. Even if she turned into ashes, I would still know her. After careful analysis, we found out that everything was a conspiracy of this vicious woman. I came back this time with a very important mission, and that is to kill her. Tang Jing sighed. He did not expect Saint King to have such thoughts. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Why? Ancestor Qi, you already told me that she fell into your hands. Don't tell me that you still want to protect this person from the outer sky? Saint King asked angrily. She's already dead. Dead. Saint King opened his eyes wide in disbelief. How could she be dead? Why can't she be dead? I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Who killed her? Tang Zheng hesitated. He did not want to mention the golden dragon. He said, It doesn't matter who killed her. What's important is that she's already dead. Moreover, she was the one who told me about the separation of the two worlds. Do you think it's false? This. Saint King hesitated. Xian Yin is very cunning. What if she lied to you? Haha. What's the benefit of lying to me? Moreover, you have successfully returned from the outer sky. This is solid proof that the separation between the two worlds has indeed weakened. You're not a fool. You should know that I'm telling the truth. Tang Zheng did not want to waste his breath. After saying this, he did not say anything else. Saint King's expression changed. He pondered for a while and said, "If that's really the case, then even if Mount Buzhou collapses, the people from the outer sky will still have a chance to come to this world. Of course, they will find a way. Damn it!" Saint King stomped his foot and gritted his teeth. His anger seemed to be about to burst out of his head. "So, it's useless for you to destroy Mount Buzhou," Tang Zheng summarized concisely. "Who says it's useless? This is called talking about nothing. It will stop the outer sky from coming." Saint King's expression changed. He was still reluctant to admit it. Looking at his changing expression, Tang Zheng's heart moved. He hit the nail on the head and said, "Is there another reason why you demons destroyed Mount Buzhou? Not just to stop the outer sky from coming?" As soon as he said this, Saint King's expression suddenly froze. Tang Zheng's fiery golden eyes immediately caught this change. The inner demons were right. Saint King was very cunning. He did not tell the truth at all. There must be another purpose. Saint King, don't quibble. Your expression has already betrayed you. What other purpose do you have? Tang Zheng asked sternly. Saint King glanced at Tang Zheng contemptuously and said, "Tang Zheng, do you think I'll tell you? If you have the ability, guess it yourself. You demons are up to no good. You must have some crazy purpose." Tang Zheng shouted, "I won't let you have your way." "Haha, do you have that ability? Just be a good spectator. You are witnessing history. You should feel honored." Boom! With a loud sound, Mount Buzhou sank a bit more. It shook violently and tilted in one direction. Tang Zheng was stunned. The power of the magma was so terrifying that it eroded the foundation of Mount Buzhou so quickly. It was unstable and almost collapsed. Inner demons, is there any way to stop this? Tang Zheng anxiously asked the inner demons. The inner demons sighed regretfully. There is no way. Mount Buzhou's foundation has been destroyed. There is no way to reverse the situation. Maybe this is the will of the heavens. Hearing the words will of the heavens, Tang Zheng could not help but think of Yan Qingyi's prophecy. In the prophecy, Mount Buzhou existed in the so-called end of the world. In the past, Tang Zheng could have ignored Yan Qingyi's prophecy. Now, Yan Qingyi had such a big change. Of course, he could not ignore her prophecy. Tang Zheng already believed 70 to 80% of it. But reality and the prophecy conflicted. Mount Buzhou was already about to collapse. How could there be an image of it standing tall in the prophecy? Tang Zheng was confused. Chapter 1284. Mount Buzhou was on the verge of collapse, trembling violently. Once Mount Buzhou completely collapsed, it would fulfill the wishes of the demons. 1. Look. If Mount Buzhou collapsed, the demons would be able to profit from it. Wouldn't it be terrible if their scheme succeeded? Therefore, Mount Buzhou must not collapse. Inner demons, is there really no other way? Tang Zheng asked again. I really can't think of a way. The inner demons said helplessly. Tang Zheng frowned and gritted his teeth. He said unwillingly, I don't believe in this. Azura, come back. Tang Zheng shouted. The Shura understood what he was thinking and leaped into the air. Sumeru whirled flashed and took the Azura in. Somersault Cloud, fly down. I want to see the situation below Mount Buzhou. Tang Zheng controlled the Somersault Cloud and flew down the mountain with a whoosh. Saint King saw this and sneered. Tang Zheng, don't waste your energy. Don't tell me you want to go against the trend. Tang Zheng ignored him and arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Waves of heat surged into the sky, making one's blood boil. The magma was still lapping at the foot of Mount Bujo like waves, rumbling incessantly. The stones at the foot of Mount Bujo turned red and melted little by little. The magma only hit one side of Mount Bujo. When the stones on this side melted, Mount Bujo tilted. Before long, Mount Bujo would completely collapse without even needing to completely melt its foundation. Saint King's calculation was very accurate. Looking at the hot magma, Tang Zheng frowned and thought hard. His gaze inadvertently swept past the somersault cloud. A light flashed through his mind. That's right. Why didn't I think of this? Magma is fire, water, and fire are incompatible. The nemesis of fire is water. Normal people can't create water out of thin air, but I'm different. I cultivate the dragon god technique and have the somersault cloud. Naturally, it's not a problem for me to create rain. The rain can cool the magma, so won't it stop the demons from scheming? Tang Zheng was in high spirits and beaming with joy. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he ordered, "Somersault cloud, it's all up to you now. You want to see it?" Book. At the same time, he activated the dragon god art. As expected, the somersault cloud immediately expanded and gradually turned from a white cloud into a huge black cloud. The somersault cloud floated halfway up the mountain. Looking down from the peak, one could only see a pitch-black scene and nothing else. The sage exclaimed in surprise and curiously asked, "What the hell is this brat doing? Why did a black cloud suddenly appear? Could it be that he was the one who attracted them?" Kacha! With a thunderous boom, silver lightning snakes appeared in the somersault cloud, scuttling around in the clouds. The thunderbolt tore a hole in the somersault cloud. The torrential rain poured down, completely drenching the magma. When the hot magma met the cold rain, it immediately reacted. The magma was cooling and hardening. The tilting posture of Mount Bujo immediately stabilized and did not continue to tilt. On the peak, the demons looked at the dark clouds suspiciously, not knowing that the magma was cooling and solidifying. However, they were not stupid. Sensing that Mount Bujo had stabilized and was no longer tilting, they immediately understood what was going on. Saint King roared furiously. He was the one who summoned the black cloud. He actually has the ability to create rain. Saint King boasted of his high cultivation, but he definitely did not have this ability. He had already seen through Tang Zheng's intention and shouted, "He wants to use the rain to cool the magma and thus stop Mount Bujo from tilting. Saint King, what should we do?" The others were also shocked by Tang Zheng's ability and asked one after another. Saint King's eyes flashed. His gaze was like a torch, as if it could penetrate the black cloud and lock onto Tang Zheng. "Everyone move out and stop him." "Yes." Under Saint King's command, the demons moved out again. They directly jumped down from the peak and flew towards the black cloud like a rock spreading its wings. The demons could not see Tang Zheng. However, Tang Zheng hid in the somersault cloud and could clearly see the demons' actions. When he saw the demons descending from the sky, he immediately understood the other party's intention. "Now that the initiative is in my hands, how can I let you destroy it? Somersault cloud, don't stop, continue to create rain." Crack! There was another thunderclap, and the raindrops became heavier. Like hailstones, they pattered and fell into the magma, splashing bubbles. The magma solidified even faster. Saint King's sky-splitting axe whistled and slashed directly at the somersault cloud. The cloud layer was split in half, but it quickly closed again. The somersault cloud was not like other things. It did not have a specific form, and it was extremely difficult for external objects to cause damage to it. Saint King split the somersault cloud, but he did not see the figures of Tang Zheng and the rest. He was anxious and angry. The somersault cloud was so dark that it was easy for the few of them to hide in it. It was very difficult for him to accurately hit Tang Zheng and the rest. "Everyone attack. I don't believe that he can continue to be a coward," Saint King ordered, hysterically. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One by one, the magic treasures flew into the somersault cloud from all directions, trying to cut the somersault cloud so that there was no place to hide in any corner. The demons had achieved their goal. Tang Zhang and the rest were forced to appear. Saint King's gaze turned cold and locked onto the three of them without blinking. He said, "So there are two women. It was you who spoiled my plans just now. You will be buried together with Tang Zhang. Kill them." Now that their targets had appeared, the demons had a target and launched a fierce attack on the three of them. Tang Zhang and the rest hurriedly took out their weapons and met the demons' attacks with clanging sounds. Saint King flew past the somersault cloud and saw the scene at the foot of the mountain. He found that the magma was cooling down bit by bit, and he was furious. He had worked so hard and sacrificed so many elite subordinates to make this happen. He would not allow it to go to waste. He pointed downwards, and a black light shot out from his fingertip. It expanded with the wind, and in an instant it turned into a canopy that covered the sky and blocked the rain. Rumble! The magma in the distance flowed over. Without the cooling of the rain, it immediately melted the cooled magma and rushed towards Mount Buzhou again. Mount Buzhou shook violently again and tilted bit by bit. Tang Zhang and the rest were entangled by the demons and had no time to spare, but they clearly saw Saint King's actions and the changes in Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou is tilting again. Li Xiaotian cried out involuntarily while dealing with the demons. She and Lu Qingmei were obviously not strong enough to deal with the demons. They were in dire straits and were in a sorry state. However, the two of them cooperated very well. It was as if they were one person, so their lives were not in immediate danger. Tang Zhang saw that the rain had no way to get to the magma and knew that the plan had failed. Saint King's strength was originally stronger than his. It was not easy for him to stop Saint King's actions, but he would not sit still and wait for death. With a loud roar, the shooting sun arrow shot toward Saint King. Saint King turned his head slightly and said disdainfully, "You think this can stop our plan? What a fantasy! Sky-splitting axe!" As soon as he finished speaking, the sky-splitting axe flew out like a bolt of lightning. With a clang, it met the shooting sun arrow. Sparks flew everywhere. The two magic weapons were neck and neck. No one could do anything to the other. That sky curtain still blocked the rain and did not move. The sound of thunder continued, but it could not do anything. This is a heaven-grade magic weapon. It can actually become so big. I must find a way to break it. This was indeed a heaven-grade magic weapon called Sky Curtain. It covered the sky and covered the sun. A mere heaven-grade magic weapon. I don't believe that I can't break it. Tang Zhang was ruthless. With a thought, the shooting sun arrow divided into 9. 6 shot towards Saint King, and 3 shot towards the sky curtain from 3 different directions. Saint King's eyes widened, and he roared, "You still dare to play with me? Men, stop him!" Whoosh! A few demons bravely stood between the shooting sun arrow and the sky curtain. The shooting sun arrow shot straight in. It was as if it carried the power of wind and thunder. Its momentum was terrifying, but the demons were not afraid of death. They raised their magic weapons and tried to stop the shooting sun arrow. Crack! The shooting sun arrow hit a demon's magic weapon and broke it in 2. The shooting sun arrow's attack did not decrease and directly pierced through the demon's chest. Poof! Blood splattered. The demon fell into the magma and immediately turned into nothingness. However, there were still fearless demons who rushed forward and blocked the shooting sun arrow. 2 of the shooting sun arrows were intercepted. Only 1 shooting sun arrow managed to pass through the devil race. Uft! The shooting sun arrow pierced through the sky, creating a long crack in the sky. The rain immediately found the exit and poured down like the water of the Milky Way from the 9th heaven. It fell from the sky and drenched the magma. The magma that was originally powerful was immediately attacked and its momentum slowed down. When the holy monarch saw the scene, he was both shocked and angry. He had so many people, but they were all defeated by Tang Zheng. This was simply a great humiliation. Although the sky curtain was a heaven-grade magic weapon and was not as high-grade as a divine artifact, it was still a rare magic weapon. But it was damaged so badly. How could he not be angry? His anger was like magma that seemed to be able to devour everything. Saint King glared at Tang Zheng fiercely. His eyes seemed to be able to kill. He shouted sternly, "Tang Zheng, you are really a difficult guy to deal with. If I don't kill you, I swear I won't give up." Saint King was not in a hurry to attack Tang Zheng. Instead, he avoided the shooting sun arrow and came to the side of the sky curtain. He held the sky curtain in his hand and continuously poured power into it. The sky curtain flashed with black light. The crack closed little by little. After a while, it returned to its original state and blocked the rain again. "You can do this." Tang Zheng's head trembled. He was shocked by Saint King's move. There was no way to break through the sky curtain, so the clouds and rain were useless. The magma was bound to hit Mount Buzhou again. Wouldn't Mount Buzhou be in danger? He tried all kinds of ways to stop the demons. Now it seemed that it was just like Saint King said. It was all in vain. Mount Buzhou shook violently and tilted more and more. It seemed that it would not be long before it completely collapsed. He was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 1285. There was no way to reverse the situation. The sage arrogantly laughed like a madman. He believed that there wouldn't be any more mistakes this time, and that success was already in the bag. Tang Zheng was almost desperate, but his extraordinary perseverance told him that he absolutely could not compromise, and there was always a way out. As if to confirm this thought, he saw the healing sky and a flash of inspiration, and two words jumped into his mind. Move the mountain. Since Mount Buzhou was going to collapse, then wouldn't it be fine if he moved it away? The foolish old man moved the mountain. That was a legend, and an almost impossible thing. This was not so absolute for Tang Zheng. The fourth level of the sky swallowing technique was to move the mountain. Back then, Tang Zheng used the sky swallowing technique to absorb the Yama seal in the ghost realm, and after integrating the magical powers, the sky swallowing technique jumped from the soul devouring realm to the mountain moving realm. However, although the sky swallowing technique had such a breakthrough, he had never practiced the mountain moving magical power. He suddenly had an idea to use the mountain moving magical power to move Mount Buzhou away. In fact, there was no need to really move Mount Buzhou away, as long as the position was moved to avoid the magma. Then the tragedy of collapse could be avoided. Mount Buzhou was different from ordinary mountains, and whether the mountain-moving magical power would work was unknown. He was a little nervous. At this time there was no other way, and he could only try as a Hail Mary. If it did not succeed, then he would be completely out of ideas. He could not wait to run his power and urge the sky swallowing technique. Immediately, 2 black holes appeared in his palms, and a terrifying power spread out from the black holes. Saint King's pupils shrank, and he stared straight at the black holes, and immediately felt relieved and laughed disdainfully. "Ha ha ha! Tang Zheng, you really surprised me a lot, and even cultivated the magical power of the demon clan. Sky swallowing technique." The sky swallowing technique was originally a demon clan technique, and Saint King saw through it at a glance. Tang Zheng was not surprised at all as he calmly continued to circulate his energy, silently brewing it. "You are really desperate, and you want to use the sky swallowing technique. Let me tell you, the sky swallowing technique is a set of magical powers of little value in the demon clan. It seems magical, but in fact it is not very useful." One reading Saint King said with certainty. Tang Zheng sneered. The sky-swallowing technique possessed by the demon race was of little value, but that was because it was incomplete. After the mountain-moving realm, there was still the sea-moving realm and the heavens-swallowing realm. By chance, Tang Zheng had obtained the core part of the sky-devouring technique from the Langya Pavilion and cultivated the true sky-devouring technique. Of course, it was not the accumulated technique of the devil race. He retorted sarcastically, "Saint King, do you look down on your own race's abilities so much? Hee hee, how ironic. Today, I will let you, the Saint King of the devil race, experience the true power of the devil race's divine ability. I will show you what the sky-swallowing technique is. How arrogant! If you were to use other methods, perhaps I might admire you. However, you're using the heaven-devouring technique. You're simply bringing disgrace upon yourself. You're nothing more than a joke." Saint King's sarcasm was indeed harsh, but it did not cause any ripples in Tang Zheng's heart. He stepped on the void and strolled towards Mount Buzhou. Saint King did not stop him. He was calm and unruffled, as if he wanted to see him make a fool of himself. The other devils also started to mock him. Their insults were unbearable to the ears. Tang Zheng was calm and collected. He completely ignored these insults and did not listen to a single word. At this time, he only had the sky-devouring technique in his mind. After accumulating power for a period of time, the power of the sky-devouring technique was pushed to the extreme. The two black holes started to sizzle, as if they were going to suck in everything around them, even the air. Tang Zheng's surroundings almost became a vacuum. He held his breath and focused his mind. He stretched out his hands and held them horizontally in front of him, as if he was hugging a huge pillar. He stuck them to the side of Mount Buzhou. Blazing heat immediately transmitted up from below. His palms made sizzling sounds, as if his hands had turned into roasted meat. Tang Zheng did not even blink. He took a deep breath, and the power in his body surged out crazily. Then the black holes in his palms stuck firmly to the mountain wall. "Move the mountain, Rise." A low roar, as if he had used up all his strength, burst out from Tang Zheng's mouth. It was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Just by listening to this sound, one could feel the endless power contained in it. They could also feel that Tang Zheng was using 100% of his strength this time. His cheeks were red, and the veins on his forehead were visible. He held his breath, and even every muscle was trembling. The devils still did not put Tang Zheng in their eyes. Moving the mountain with human strength was really overestimating one's abilities. Even Saint King could not do this, let alone Tang Zheng, who was weaker. The devils whispered to each other and pointed. They looked at Tang Zheng as if they were looking at a joke. They only hoped that they would laugh heartily in a while. I really don't know how this kind of person survived. So stupid, simply stupid to the extreme. A devil disdainfully judged. Another devil deeply agreed and said, "Look at his appearance. He's about to suffocate to death. This is pushing himself into the fire pit. He can't blame anyone else." Yes, there are too many idiots in this world. The devil's gossip entered Tang Zheng's ears. It also entered Li Xiaotian and Lu Qingmei's ears. The two of them frowned at the same time and looked at Tang Zheng with burning eyes. Can he really do it? Such a big mountain? Isn't that too exaggerated? Lu Qingmei asked worriedly. Li Xiaotian muttered to himself for a while and said, "This is indeed a huge challenge. Whether he can succeed or not, I can't guess. However, with his character, he shouldn't be so rash as to do something useless. He definitely has a goal. Let's wait and see. We just need to believe in him." Although Li Xiaotian had lost his memories, his instinctive calmness and way of handling things were still better than Lu Qingmei's, so he couldn't help but comfort her. Lu Qingmei nodded lightly and looked at Tang Zheng with a trusting gaze. The devils were all thinking that Tang Zheng had gone crazy. Tang Zheng was very clear about his own abilities. When his hands were pressed against the mountain wall, boundless power surged out and firmly stuck to the mountain wall. "Rise!" Hearing his loud roar, Mount Buzhou began to shake. This wasn't because of the magma, but because of Tang Zheng. Saint King's mocking laughter came to an abrupt stop. His jaw almost fell to the ground as he looked at Mount Bujo in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. Mount Bujo was indeed shaking because of Tang Zheng. How is this possible? Mount Bujo is indestructible. If Ancestor Qi, you hadn't thought of a way to use the magma to melt its foundation and completely overthrow it. How could Tang Zheng have shaken Mount Bujo with just his hands? Waves of shock surged in his heart, wave after wave, difficult to calm down. This brat swore that he would use the sky-swallowing technique to move Mount Bujo. Is this really the sky-swallowing technique? This is the devil race's technique. It's basically useless. How could it display such great power in his hands? Could it be that the sky-swallowing technique isn't as simple as we thought? Are the rumors true? When the sky-swallowing technique is cultivated to the extreme, can it really swallow the heavens and the earth? Saint King couldn't help but think of all the rumors about the sky-swallowing technique. It was just that no one believed these rumors. They snorted at them and thought that some bored person made them up. Now that he had seen Tang Zheng use the sky-swallowing technique with his own eyes, especially the 2 black holes in his palms, it was definitely the sky-swallowing technique and couldn't be faked. Saint King had mixed feelings. He really didn't know how to describe his feelings. He kept shaking his head like a rattle drum and muttered to himself, "No, this can't be true. I'm just scaring myself." Before he could finish, his words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say another word. His eyes widened as he stared straight at Tang Zheng and Mount Bujo. Boom! Mount Bujo let out an earth-shattering sound. It shook violently and rose little by little. Tang Zheng's cheeks were red. He held his breath, and there was only one thought left in his mind: move the mountain. Seeing Mount Bujo slowly rise up in his hand, his eyes shone brightly, and his confidence was greatly boosted. The sky-swallowing technique was truly extraordinary. After reaching the realm of mountain moving, it could actually move a mountain. More importantly, this wasn't an ordinary mountain, but Mount Bujo that contained divine power. But he didn't know that part of the reason he could move Mount Bujo was actually thanks to the devil race. The magma had already eroded the foundation of Mount Bujo. It was on the verge of collapse and was about to collapse. At this time, Tang Zheng used the sky-swallowing technique. Mount Bujo's foundation couldn't withstand the power of the sky-swallowing technique and naturally rose from the ground. The bottom of Mount Bujo rose up, creating a crack with the ground. The magma flowed through this crack without any obstruction. The melted part of Mount Bujo was still dripping magma. When it was completely separated from the magma, the speed of the magma immediately slowed down. After a while, there was no more magma dripping from the bottom of Mount Bujo. Tang Zheng stepped on the void and didn't feel steady. After he moved Mount Bujo, his body swayed as if he was about to fall. This was because he couldn't support the weight of Mount Bujo. Somersault cloud. He was quick-witted and immediately shouted. The somersault cloud immediately turned into a white cloud and flew under his feet to lift him up. When his feet stepped on the somersault cloud, it swayed slightly and sank slightly before rising little by little. Tang Zheng heaved a sigh of relief. If the somersault cloud couldn't support the weight of Mount Bujo, then he would have failed to move the mountain. The ground was almost completely covered in magma, and there was no place to stand. Therefore, he was in midair and had no place to borrow strength. It was impossible for him to complete the feat of moving the mountain alone. Fortunately, the somersault cloud allowed him to stand on solid ground and offset the weight of Mount Bujo. Somersault cloud, good job! Tang Zheng praised. Somersault cloud, fly to the left. He gritted his teeth and moved the mountain. He couldn't hold on for too long. Otherwise, it would be a huge challenge for him to continuously expend his energy. He had to end this quickly. The somersault cloud carried Tang Zheng, while Tang Zheng hugged Mount Bujo and flew to the left. Once he flew out of the magma area, he could put Mount Bujo down. Chapter 1286. The people of the demon clan finally regained their senses from the huge shock and looked at Tang Zheng with a complicated gaze. Shock, and an indescribable jealousy. 100 different feelings lingered in their hearts. Saint King's pupils were round, and he was furious. He thought that it would be easy and there would be no more problems. He never thought that Tang Zheng would have this ability to move Mount Buzhou. This was truly a frightening time that had never been heard of before. The other demon clan S were almost scared away by Tang Zheng's mountain-pulling aura. Fortunately, there was a holy lord overseeing the situation, so they didn't have to run away. Not to mention the demons. Even the inner demons smacked their lips and clicked their tongues in wonder. The sky-swallowing technique has such power. I really underestimated it before. Young man, you really keep creating miracles for people. It's an eye-opener. Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. This was purely a blind cat running into a dead mouse. He thought that he would not have the opportunity to practice the mountain-moving technique. He did not expect that he would really use it today. Heaven's will. Stop him. We must not let him succeed. Saint King's roar interrupted Tang Zheng's thoughts. Saint King stretched out his arm and pointed at Tang Zheng from afar. He was hysterical, and his face was ferocious like a demon from hell. Tang Zheng was stunned. He had no time to be distracted. Facing the storm-like attacks of the demons, he did not even have the chance to defend. Don't worry, I will protect you. Li Xiaotian seemed to have a telepathic connection. He saw through Tang Zheng's thoughts and said without hesitation, I will protect you too. Lu Qingmei stood up without a care for her own safety. The two stood on the somersault cloud in front of Tang Zheng to protect him. Their eyes were resolute, and they looked at the swarming demon army without a trace of fear. Two little dolls, don't overestimate yourselves. You are seeking death. Saint King glanced at the two disdainfully. He did not take them seriously at all. Whoosh! Two sounds of something breaking through the air could be heard as the two of them took the initiative to launch the dragon-trapping rope and arrows at the same time, heading straight for the demons. Petty tricks. Saint King gently flicked his finger in the air, and the air was immediately split into two halves. Like a tide, the two halves engulfed the dragon-trapping rope and the bow and arrows, and quickly fell downward. You want it? Read a book gulp. The bow and arrow fell into the lava and disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the dragon-trapping rope was about to follow suit, Lu Qingmei's face turned red all the way to her neck. She urged all her power to try and stop everything. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had consumed too much of his mental and spiritual power. However, she still managed to prevent the magic weapon from falling into the lava and managed to retrieve the dragon-trapping rope. Her expression immediately became dispirited. Li Xiaotian saw her condition and quickly comforted her. You rest first, I'll deal with them. Whoosh! Whoosh! With that said, 3 arrows left the bowstring and shot towards the demons in a triangle shape. However, how could this ordinary bow and arrow hurt the demons? The demons gently grabbed the arrowhead and broke it into 2. The demons were already in front of them. If they did not have any effective counterattacks, then they would be in complete danger. Tang Zheng had been paying attention to the battle the entire time. Seeing this scene, how could he not understand the danger of the situation? Seeing Li Xiaotian continuously shooting arrows, the sword pot was already empty, and all the arrows had been used up. Sun shooting arrow, heaven shocking bow, go and help her. Li Xiaotian catch. Tang Zheng move his head, and the heaven shocking bow and the sun shooting arrow appeared out of thin air, flying in front of Li Xiaotian. Li Xiaotian was startled. Seeing the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow floating in front of him, his eyes lit up and he was wild with joy. She was very clear about the power of this divine armament. Although she had lost her memories, she instinctively wanted to possess this kind of divine armament. However, divine armament could only be found by chance. Now that she finally had the chance to use a divine armament, her mood could be imagined. He quickly suppressed the joy in his heart, drew his bow, and aimed at the demons. Buzz! Her fingers loosened, and the power of the bowstring was clearly transmitted to her hand. Even her soul was trembling, and her muscles were trembling. She was too excited. This is a bow and arrow. This is a divine armament. If I can use this divine armament once in my life, I can die without regrets. You want to see? Book Li Xiaotian's face flushed red. She was extremely excited. Previously, even when facing the powerful attacks of the demons, her expression did not change. Now that she had used the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow once, it was difficult for her to hide her emotions. In the end, she was the same as Wu. Deep in her heart, she had an obsession towards martial arts. He was a martial artist, so he could not use all sorts of magic treasure. However, the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow were not simple magic treasure. Back then, the owner of this divine armament, Hou-Yi, was not a cultivator but a martial artist. Activating this divine armament did not necessarily require the genuine qi. The martial artist's inner strength was also possible. Moreover, because Tang Zheng was a cultivator, he was unable to completely fuse with this divine armament, nor was he able to cultivate the corresponding archery technique that was compatible with this divine armament. This caused Tang Zheng to not be able to unleash its full power when he used this divine armament, even though its power was not weak. One had to know that back then, Hou-Yi had used them to shoot down the sun, the golden crow. Back then, Li Xiaotian also knew that this divine armament could be freely used by martial warriors, which was why he traveled thousands of miles to the 10,000 huge mountains to search for its whereabouts. However, she had never truly tried the feeling of combining the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow together. Now that he had finally gotten what he wanted, his mind was naturally excited. This was a kind of infatuation that went deep into her bones. Even if she lost her memories, this infatuation did not change. She understood that this was a rare opportunity, so she did not care about her own safety and opened the bow again. When the first sun-shooting arrow pierced through the chest of a demon, the second sun-shooting arrow also flew out. To Li Xiaotian, using this kind of divine armament was a very exhausting thing, but her surging emotions and outstanding willpower had been supporting her, so she did not collapse for the time being. The second arrow was aimed at Saint King. Seeing the sun-shooting arrow whistling towards him, Saint King did not take it to heart at all and said disdainfully, "Do you think that the divine armament in anyone's hands will have great power? You overestimate yourself." Saint King did not even put Tang Zheng in his eyes, so how could he look up to Li Xiaotian? When the sun-shooting arrow was in front of him, he gently flicked his finger, trying to push the sun-shooting arrow away. However, bang! A huge force came from the arrowhead and pierced into Saint King's finger. With a paw sound, his finger was almost broken. The intense pain caused Saint King's heart to tremble, and he immediately took a step to the side, dodging the sun-shooting arrow. Puff! The sun-shooting arrow once again shot through the chest of a demon, exploding with a dazzling flower of blood. Saint King turned his head slightly, and when he saw his subordinate falling from the sky, he was so angry that it almost jumped out from his head. "Little girl, you are not worthy of possessing such a divine armament." Saint King stared at the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow with a burning gaze, his eyes bursting with greed. He had experienced its power, so he naturally wanted to take it for himself. This was a divine armament that was not inferior to, or even more powerful than, his own heaven-splitting axe. If he had it, his fighting strength would rise to a whole new level. Tang Zheng's mind was completely focused on Mount Buzhou. The heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow were equivalent to ownerless items, so Saint King had a better chance of snatching them away. When Saint King thought about it, his heart couldn't help but surge. "Heaven-splitting axe, chop her down!" Saint King waved his hand, and the heaven-splitting axe's light shone brightly. In an instant, it turned into a gigantic axe that reached the heavens. The light interweaved together, and along with the Saint King's posture, the heaven-splitting axe chopped down. Although it was still a distance away from the somersault cloud, the heaven-splitting axe's light still accurately struck in front of Li Xiaotian. Lu Qingmei, who was standing beside her, was also enveloped and locked onto by this aura. Her kneecaps cracked, as if she was about to be forced to kneel down by this force. But she gritted her teeth and withstood it with difficulty. As the target of the attack, Li Xiaotian felt even worse, but she still gritted her teeth and shot out 3 arrows. The 3 sun-shooting arrows flew in front and behind, one in the lead, and the other 2 at the back. Their power overlapped with each other, and they flew in front of the heaven-splitting axe one after another. Puff! The sun-shooting arrow at the front hit the light. The light trembled for a moment, but did not disintegrate. Puff, puff! 2 more sounds rang out at the same time. This time, the sun-shooting arrow's power overlapped with that of the previous arrow, and a thin line appeared on the light. Crack! A large piece of the light shattered, and the power of the heaven-splitting axe's attack was greatly reduced. Phew! Li Xiaotian let out a heavy breath. Her entire body went soft, and she was on the verge of collapse. She was almost completely exhausted, and shooting 3 arrows at once was her limit. This was far more exhausting than using other bows and arrows. Careful! Lu Qingmei's eyes were sharp, and her hands were quick. She hurriedly supported her, preventing her from falling. How are you? Li Xiaotian's face was pale without a trace of blood. Her eyelids were heavy, as if there were weights hanging on them, and they were about to droop down. Li Xiaotian was gasping for breath. She forced out a smile and said, "Don't worry, I won't die." Between her eyebrows, there was a trace of seductiveness and laziness. It actually had a kind of soul-stirring charm. If a man saw this scene, he would definitely feel as if he was struck by lightning and couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms and take good care of her. Tang Zheng happened to see this scene from the corner of his eyes. His eyes were stunned, and a complicated expression flashed past his face. For my sake, Li Xiaotian disregarded the danger of her life. He had mixed feelings, and the last trace of vigilance he had towards Li Xiaotian vanished like smoke in thin air, vanishing without a trace. If not for her, I would not have been able to obtain the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow. She has always been thinking about this divine armament, but she never had the chance. The true power of the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow has not been fully unleashed in my hands, and I cannot cultivate the matching set of archery techniques either. It would be better to teach it to her and fulfill her dream. He took a deep breath and finally made his decision. He shouted weakly, "Li Xiaotian, come to me quickly." Li Xiaotian suddenly raised her head and looked at him suspiciously, but she still dragged her heavy steps and walked to Tang Zheng's side. "What's the matter?" she asked curiously. Chapter 1287. Hou Yi's Archery Method. These words appeared in Li Xiaotian's mind. Every stroke was like a sharp arrow, causing people to not dare to look straight at it. What is this? She could vaguely guess what was going on, but she was still unable to hide the shock in her heart. Tang Zheng's voice sounded in her ears. This is Hou Yi's archery method, created by the owner of the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow, Hou Yi. Hou Yi used this set of archery techniques to shoot the sun. This is a martial art. You are a warrior, so you can cultivate it. Use this set of archery techniques to cooperate with the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow to fight the enemy, and try to buy me as much time as possible. Li Xiaotian's lips trembled, her eyes shining brightly. This was what she had dreamed of. She did not expect that her dream would really become a reality. The demon clan's attack had already arrived in front of the somersault cloud, and the light from the heaven-splitting axe that had a hole in it chopped down. Li Xiaotian's mind moved. She browsed through the Hou Yi's archery method once and understood it clearly. She was obviously more proficient in learning the Hou Yi's archery method than in training other martial arts in the past. She had always been studying archery, collecting all kinds of famous archery techniques, mastering them, removing the dregs, and extracting the essence. Although these archery techniques could not be compared to the Hou Yi's archery method, they had deepened his comprehension of archery. When he saw the Hou Yi's archery method, a lot of knowledge was integrated and his mind was enlightened. Naturally, he comprehended a portion of the essence of the Hou Yi's archery method. The Hou Yi's archery method had a total of 9 moves, namely metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. The first 5 arrows were compatible with the 5 elements. After learning these 5 moves, one would be able to master the 5 elements, and thus be able to unleash the wind, fire, thunder, and lightning moves evolved from the 5 elements. It had to be said that Hou Yi's original set of archery was extraordinary. It was ingenious and seamless. Li Xiaotian combined the essence of the archery techniques he had learned with Hou Yi's archery method, and immediately learned the first move, Golden Arrow. All of this actually happened in a split second, so when the heaven-splitting axe chopped down on her head, she pulled the heaven-shocking bow into the shape of a full moon. 1. Read a book. She was already exhausted, but after learning the Hou Yi swordplay, her inner strength was constantly replenished. In addition, she did not consume as much power as before when she drew her bow and shot an arrow again. It was very energy efficient. This was the benefit of learning the Hou Yi sword technique. The Hou Yi archery technique was specially created for the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow. She clasped the shooting sun arrow with 2 fingers, and a golden light radiated from the end of the arrow bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the shooting sun arrow became a glittering golden arrow. Break! With a light shout, the shooting sun arrow turned into a golden light and left the bowstring. From the moment the shooting sun arrow left the bowstring, the terrifying pressure increased sharply. It covered the sky and covered the earth, surging towards the opponent. Clang! The shooting sun arrow hit the broken light of the sky-splitting axe. The light shattered, and the shooting sun arrow accurately hit the sky-splitting axe. The 2 divine weapons clashed, releasing a resplendent light. The tiny golden lights that flew in all directions were also like arrows, striking a few demon claness, causing them to be injured one after another. Some of them even had their hearts pierced through and fell from the sky. Only then did Demon Clan know that this seemingly powerless golden light actually had such terrifying destructive power. No one dared to underestimate it anymore. But why did the power of the shooting sun arrow she shot out increase by so much in the blink of an eye? He could not figure it out. Saint King directly clashed with the shooting sun arrow and had a deeper understanding of it. The moment the sky-splitting axe and the shooting sun arrow clashed, his heart violently thumped a few times, and he felt uneasy. What's going on? Li Xiaotian had a feeling of contentment. She had never felt so carefree before. That feeling of power made her feel intoxicated. She was greatly encouraged, and without giving the other party a chance to think, another golden arrow left the bowstring. At the same time, she seemed to have a subtle connection with the shooting sun arrow. Although she was not as connected as Tang Zheng with the shooting sun arrow, she seemed to be able to sense the shooting sun arrow. Look, Book, the arrows that were shot out earlier were still dancing in the air, as if they had sensed her summoning, and actually flew back into her hands. She was pleasantly surprised. Previously, no matter how much effort she expended, or how many arrows she shot, the shooting sun arrow was just a weapon. Other than its greater power, there was no special feeling. Now, when her fingers clasped the shooting sun arrow, that subtle connection was particularly clear, as if there was a blood connection. Seeing the second shooting sun arrow coming, Demon Clan all raised their magical weapons to block it. Saint King took the lead. and the sky-splitting axe directly chopped the shooting sun arrow. Pa! The shooting sun arrow fell from the sky. Saint King was caught off guard just now, and now that he was fully focused, how could he let the shooting sun arrow succeed? After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Even with the divine weapon and Hou Yi's archery, it was impossible to win. Li Xiaotian also knew this, so she did not expect to win. She only needed to stall for time, and that was enough. Stop the demon clan's advance, and let Tang Zheng concentrate on moving the mountain. She did not need to kill anyone. As long as she could stall for time, it would be considered a success. Saint King cut down the shooting sun arrow, but before he could catch his breath, 2 golden shooting sun arrows came unexpectedly. Damn it, not again! The sage's eyes bulged, and he impatiently waved the heaven-splitting axe, chopping down another arrow. However, another arrow still brushed past his arm as it flew past. There was a burning pain, and he almost saw blood. He was anxious and angry that he was almost injured by such a weak woman. This was definitely the greatest shame in his life. Kill! He looked up to the sky and roared, his voice shaking the surroundings. Li Xiaotian kept shooting arrows and successfully delayed the demon clan's advance. This was definitely a counterattack. A counterattack by a weakling. A counterattack that belonged exclusively to Li Xiaotian. It was not only the demon clan who witnessed all of this. In the distance, several pairs of eyes also witnessed all of this, and they all revealed expressions of shock. This was Granny Li leading Long Shenyuan and the others to chase after the magma. When they saw Mount Buzhou, they did not feel anything special. In their eyes, this was just a relatively tall mountain. When they saw the great battle on the peak of the mountain, their attention was completely attracted by the two sides of the battle. They were not in a hurry to show themselves. The two sides of the battle were very powerful, not to mention that they were all enemies. The best choice was to sit back and reap the benefits. Not long after, they witnessed the magma hitting the foundation of Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou was on the verge of collapse, and they immediately guessed that the magma was originally here to shake this mountain. Only then did they begin to pay attention to Mount Buzhou. With their eyesight, they could not see anything extraordinary, so they could only give up. However, the next scene completely shocked their minds. With just a pair of hands, Tang Zheng was actually able to lift up such a huge mountain. This was not something else. The ancients lifted a bronze cauldron, and this was a mountain. The strength to pick up a mountain, and the might to conquer the world. Wasn't this talking about Tang Zheng? Tang Zheng was their opponent. Seeing their opponent do such a feat, one could imagine the feeling in their hearts. The few of them looked at each other and swallowed their saliva. They were still unable to digest the shock in their hearts. What kind of divine ability is this? Long Xuanyuan's white hair fluttered in the wind, and his pair of old eyes burst out with light. He took a deep breath and asked with difficulty. The corner of Granny Li's mouth twitched, and the wrinkles on her forehead deepened. Staring at Tang Zheng's figure from afar, she really could not imagine how a person could shake a mountain. Even Ji Wuxiang definitely did not have this kind of skill. Could it be that Tang Zheng's strength had far surpassed the Lord Ji Wuxiang's? Granny Li subconsciously shook her head and rejected this absurd idea. Who was the Lord? He was an invincible person. How could he be surpassed by Tang Zheng? Tang Zheng had only cultivated for a few years. And how many years had the Lord cultivated? There was simply no comparison. When Granny Li came to this conclusion, she could not help but feel a little guilty. In fact, she was just deceiving herself. Hearing Long Xuanyuan's question, Granny Li did not change her expression and pretended to be disdainful and said, "What's the use of this kind of flashy divine ability? Fighting is not a matter of whose strength is stronger." Long Shenyuan was startled for a moment and tactfully did not ask any more questions. These words were only used to deceive a 3-year-old child. It was useless to deceive Long Shenyuan. Long Xianyuan secretly sighed. Tang Zheng's strength was beyond his imagination. His Long family actually had the advantage early on and could establish a very friendly relationship with Tang Zheng. That way, the Long family's glory would be unparalleled, and the Yan family's glory and status today would probably belong to the Long family. After all, with Mu Hongyan and Nana as the link in the middle, the effect was extraordinary. However, all these opportunities were destroyed by his son, and the Long family had no choice but to stand on the opposite side of Tang Zheng. Long Xianyuan suppressed these unrealistic thoughts. Since he had already pledged allegiance to the Lord, and had seen the power of the Lord, and had also received practical benefits, then he should not let his imagination run wild. Rebellion meant a more tragic result. He absolutely did not dare to take that step. Not long after Granny Li finished speaking, she saw a scene that shocked her heart again. Li Xiaotian had learned Hou Yi's archery technique and shot out golden arrows with peerless power. Granny Li's heart thumped, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. Who was Li Xiaotian? He was the successor she had cultivated, but in the end he abandoned her and stood on the opposite side of her. He even took Li Palace from her, causing her to suffer heavy losses. Granny Li wished she could personally clean up the house, but unfortunately she never had the chance. Previously, when she saw Li Xiaotian risking his life to protect Tang Zheng, the anger in her heart kept burning. She raised him, but he risked his life to protect her enemy. Preposterous. She viciously thought that Li Xiaotian would be killed by the demons, and the more miserable his death, the happier she would be. However, the heavens did not follow her wishes. Li Xiaotian unexpectedly counterattacked. She did not know where he learned such a strange archery technique, but when he shot out an arrow, its power was peerless, and it could actually stop the advance of the demons. Granny Li felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was very clear that she absolutely did not have the strength. In this way, wouldn't she be defeated? In the Yangtze River, the waves behind drove the waves before, and she, the wave in front, was ruthlessly beaten to death on the beach. Chapter 1288. Granny Li and the others looked at the battle as if they had seen a ghost. They had mixed feelings and didn't know what to do for a while. Long Xianyuan pondered for a long time and asked nervously, "Granny Li, what should we do now?" Attack or retreat? Everyone had a balance in their hearts. Although they were not afraid of death, they didn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. In particular, both sides were very strong. Without Ji Wuxiang leading them, they didn't dare to fight head-on. Granny Li's expression kept changing. Although she was the temporary leader, she didn't dare to kill the Lord's subordinates. In the future, when the Lord passed the test, she wouldn't be able to escape the blame if there were no capable subordinates. Just as she was hesitating, a person flew over from the horizon like a shooting star, arriving in an instant. The people in the battle hadn't noticed, but it didn't escape Granny Li's eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Another strong person had arrived. This person's flying speed was so fast that they couldn't fight against him. She immediately wanted to retreat. No matter which side this person belonged to, he was undoubtedly a cultivator and was the absolute natural enemy of this group of martial artists. If they were discovered by the other party, it would be too late to escape. Retreat! She immediately gave the order, but before she could take a step, she suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "Wait a minute!" Swish! A gaze swept over from a distance and focused on them. They were discovered. Granny Li's heart was beating fast, and a huge pressure shrouded her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. How powerful is this cultivator? She had never felt like this before. She felt that she was already half a step into the gates of hell, and there was no room for resistance. She didn't even dare to think of resisting. She timidly raised her head, trying to see the other party's appearance, but it was too far and she couldn't see clearly. She really couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if the other party was standing in front of her. She was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to move a finger. The others felt as if they had fallen into hell, enduring endless torment. Sweat dripped down, soaking their clothes. Their bodies were weak, and they almost sat down. Fortunately, this gaze did not linger on them for too long as it swept past them. Huff, huff! The sound of heavy breathing immediately rang out. Like a bellows, he gasped for air. Previously, they had even held their breaths, as if they were deeply afraid of angering the other party. A feeling of having survived a calamity struck his heart. They really wanted to flee immediately, but they were afraid of attracting the attention of the other party. Moreover, such an expert had appeared rashly, and if they didn't know anything about the other party, wouldn't they be in the dark when facing the other party in the future? Granny Lee was not a timid person. Although she was really scared this time, she still resisted the fear in her heart and stayed for the time being. He would first observe the changes and try his best to figure out the opponent's background. Then he would take advantage of the moment when the opponent was truly surprised to escape. In addition, this person was not interested in them and even disdained them. That meant that this person was definitely here for the two parties involved in the battle. Although this kind of neglect was a blow to them, they felt incomparably fortunate. This person stepped on the void, walking towards Mount Bujo as if he was walking on flat ground. The two sides of the battle finally noticed this person, and their gazes all turned towards this uninvited guest. "Who's this?" Saint King frowned deeply and stared at the other party. "I've never seen him before. Could he be one of the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates?" The demons knew very well that the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates had revived many experts, and they didn't know all of them. This person was a new face, and it was very likely that he was one of them. The demons and the Yellow Emperor's tribe were as incompatible as fire and water. After guessing the identity of the other party, Saint King's murderous aura became particularly strong, and he roared, "Stop him!" A few of the devils roared as they activated their magic treasures and charged toward the intruders with ferocious expressions. The newcomer was unperturbed, and his eyes didn't change in the slightest. It was as if the fierce attack didn't happen at all, and it didn't arouse his interest at all. When the demon's attack was still a few meters away from him, he gently raised his head and waved his hand without any warning. The two of them suddenly exploded and turned into flesh and blood that filled the sky and fell down like a rain of blood. This move was truly frightening. It was done so casually, or in other words, with a wave of his sleeve, he had killed two demon race elites. The depth of this skill could even be said to be terrifying. Saint King's eyelids twitched wildly, and his heart beat violently, as if it was going to jump out of his throat. When an expert made a move, every move revealed too much. Saint King had already seen that the newcomer's cultivation was far above his, because he couldn't do what the other party did. When did such a strong expert appear in the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates? He racked his brains but couldn't think of anything. At the same time, he fell into deep worry. Could it be that his goal this time was really going to fail? First, there was Tang Zheng constantly stirring up trouble, and now there was the appearance of an expert from the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates. His chances of success were getting slimmer and slimmer. When he thought of the significance of this operation, he couldn't help but want to stomp his feet and curse. This was the important task that Ancestor Chi gave him, and it wasn't just to collapse Mount Bujo. This was only the first step, and there were more important things to do after that. Once this step was interrupted, there was no hope for the rest of the plan. If he ruined Ancestor Chiyu's plan, how would he explain it when he returned? His heart was in a mess, and he was at his wits' end. But he didn't know that Tang Zheng's heart was even more confused. He looked deeply at the newcomer, and his eyes were full of disbelief. There was a voice in his heart shouting, "How could it be him?" Who was this person? Tang Zheng had already recognized him. They had only met once, but he couldn't forget him for the rest of his life. It was just that the other party had never seen Tang Zheng before. This was a one-sided meeting. because Tang Zheng saw this person in the illusion in Langyu Pavilion. He was the dragon slayer who killed many of the dragon clan's dragon slayers and then traveled through space. Tang Zheng didn't expect that the dragon slayer who came to his world was the person he saw in the illusion. He also finally confirmed that what he saw in the illusion was happening in real time. Tang Zheng's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. If it was someone else, no matter who it was, he wouldn't have such a big reaction. However, this dragon slayer had indeed managed to do so and had disturbed his heart. In order not to implicate me, the golden dragon took the initiative to leave me. It wanted to attract the dragon slayer's attention, but it didn't expect it to work at all. As soon as it left, the dragon slayer and I met. No, Tang Zheng secretly shook his head. I'm a secret weapon that has always been hidden. The dragon slayer won't see through my identity, and he has never seen me before. So, as long as I hide well enough, my identity won't be exposed. Thinking of this, he forced himself to suppress the restless fear and tried to calm his emotions as much as possible. He focused his attention on Mount Buzhou. Because of Li Xiaoqian's effective control, the somersault cloud had already carried him over the magma area below. Seeing that the demons had all stopped and were looking at the dragon slayer warily, Tang Zheng took advantage of this opportunity to move the somersault cloud a little further. Then, his hands moved downwards bit by bit. Mount Buzhou had escaped a calamity. Once it landed, it would be connected to the ground. It would be impossible for the demons to move it again. The dragon slayer's gaze swept across the demons and then landed on Tang Zheng. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This time he was attracted by the earth-shattering commotion at Mount Buzhou. He had just come from the sea and set foot on the continent to search for the whereabouts of the dragons. The dragons of this world were very smart and hid well enough, but they still couldn't escape his search. He didn't doubt this at all. So he wasn't in a hurry. When he sensed the commotion here, he had an idea. He planned to investigate the strength and stamina of this world, or rather, meet the strong people of this world. Over the years, the dragon slayer had moved from one world to another and killed many dragons. He was getting stronger and stronger, and so was his ambition. A seed had sprouted in his heart. He was already a little unsatisfied with his current achievements and was prepared to expand his territory and obtain more things. This view had already spread among the dragon slayer. Although it hadn't formed a consensus, many people had already accepted this view. This dragon slayer had also accepted this point, which was why he had taken the extra step of not directly looking for the dragon clan. He first saw Granny Li and the others hiding in the distance sneakily. He directly ignored them because they were too weak. He wasn't interested at all. His attention was naturally attracted by the demons and Tang Zheng. The strength of the demons made him see them in a new light. He thought to himself that the strength of the cultivators of this world was remarkable. When he saw Tang Zheng, a glint flashed across his eyes. He clicked his tongue in wonder. He actually has the ability to move a mountain. That's interesting. His cultivation isn't too high, but to be able to move this mountain, he must have an extraordinary ability. The people of this world are giving me more and more surprises. The dragon slayer revealed a playful smile as he sized up Tang Zheng. Although he was far away, Tang Zheng felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious tiger. He was like the prey in the other party's mouth. As long as the other party opened his mouth, his life would be devoured. Suddenly, the dragon slayer's gaze landed on the somersault cloud. His pupils shrank slightly, and he muttered to himself, "This cloud is—" His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The ability to move clouds and summon rain was the dragon race's ability. Of course, it wasn't unique to them. If humans were strong enough or had cultivated the corresponding ability, they could also do this. But it was extremely rare. The dragon slayer had absorbed so many dragon souls and had fought with the dragons all year round. His understanding of the dragons was extremely detailed. Therefore, when he saw the somersault cloud, he was immediately attracted. His interest in Tang Zheng immediately surpassed that of the demons. Being stared at by this gaze, Tang Zheng suddenly had an ominous premonition. Could it be that the Dragon Slayer had seen through him? Following the Dragon Slayer's gaze, he immediately noticed the somersault cloud under his feet. He cursed inwardly, knowing what had attracted the Dragon Slayer's attention. Careless, too careless, Tang Zheng lamented inwardly. His face became pale, and his breathing became rapid. Chapter 1289. The somersault cloud had almost exposed his identity as a cultivator of the dragon god technique, so the golden dragon's departure was meaningless. He might even fall into the hands of the dragon slayer before the golden dragon did. Tang Zheng panicked. He quickly retracted his gaze and focused on Mount Buzhou. Even if he died, he had to settle Mount Buzhou first and not let the demon's evil plan succeed. Mount Buzhou slowly descended. Boom! The earth trembled. The magma on the ground also jumped up and down violently like a river boiling. This loud sound seemed to have landed in everyone's hearts, shaking them to the point that their hearts swayed. The demons all widened their eyes in disbelief. Their plan had really failed, and Mount Buzhou was once again standing tall on the ground. The sage inwardly cried out in grief. The task that Ancestor Chiyu had given him had completely failed, and the follow-up plan was also of little value. After a while, the earth calmed down. Mount Buzhou towered into the clouds and stood tall on the ground. Tang Zheng heaved a long sigh of relief. If he really died in the hands of the Dragon Slayer, at least Mount Buzhou would be safe. At least he had fulfilled one of his wishes. Li Xiaotian and Lu Qingmei did not know the Dragon Slayer, but seeing him attack, they knew that he was not a good person. The demons had already stopped attacking. The two of them were even more nervous. They looked at the Dragon Slayer warily and asked Tang Zheng softly, "Who is this person?" Tang Zheng hesitated for a few seconds and shook his head. "I don't know." Although he felt that he had already been exposed, he would not take the initiative to reveal the Dragon Slayer's identity until the last moment. Everyone would have a sliver of hope. Tang Zheng was no exception. "Be careful. If there are any problems later, you guys go first. Don't worry about anyone." Tang Zheng could not help but remind them seriously. Lu Qingmei and Li Xiaotian looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. A person who could make Tang Zheng say such words was really not simple. The situation was far more complicated and grim than they had imagined. "We won't leave you behind," Lu Qingmei said without hesitation. Li Xiaotian did not say a word, but her intentions were self-evident. Tang Zheng had taught her the Ho-I archery technique, and also lent her the heaven-shocking bow and the shooting sun arrows, fulfilling her long-cherished wish. Even if she died, she would have no regrets. Tang Zheng treated her so well, so how could she leave him? Tang Zheng was anxious. He looked deeply at the two of them and understood their resolute intentions. He was extremely moved. However, his rationality still allowed him to make the most correct choice. He said to the somersault cloud in his heart, "Somersault cloud, I know you can definitely hear me. If the Dragon Slayer attacks us later, take the two of them and leave. The faster the better. Don't worry about me." The somersault cloud vibrated slightly, as though responding to him. "This is my only request. I can die, but the two of them can't," Tang Zheng added. The somersault cloud did not react, as though it had accepted the arrangement. Tang Zheng secretly heaved a sigh of relief, looked at the Buzhou Mountain, and said, "Buzhou Mountain, you'll have to rely on yourself in the future. I hope you will not repeat the same mistake." The Dragon Slayer walked over confidently, and the distance between them grew closer and closer. Whether it was Tang Zheng and the others or the demon clan, they all felt a wave of pressure, as though a 1,000-kilogram boulder was pressing down on their hearts. Tang Zheng stood proudly in front of the two girls, like a sword that pierced the heavens. Li Xiaotian was infected by Tang Zheng's emotions. He tightened his grip on the divine weapon, but in the next second he released his fingers and said, I'll return the heaven-shocking bow and the shooting sun arrows to you." "No need," Tang Zheng rejected. "Perhaps their true home is you and not me. You have already cultivated the Ho-E archery technique, and your fate with them has already been formed. Use them well, and I hope that you can recreate the glory of the past in your hands." Li Xiaotian was stunned. She never dreamed that Tang Zheng would give these two divine weaponess to her. This surprise was too great. For a moment, she found it hard to digest. She stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Actually, Tang Zheng's thoughts were very simple. He was not a match for the Dragon Slayer, and the only one who could stop the Dragon Slayer was the Azura. It was a pity that the Azura had been injured by the heavenly furnace formation earlier, so his strength must have been reduced. He did not know if he could deal with the Dragon Slayer. As for the shooting sun arrows and the heaven-shocking bow, they might be useful in his hands. But against the Dragon Slayer, their effects would definitely be limited. If he were to die in battle, it would be a pity for the two divine weapon-s to fall into the hands of the Dragon Slayer. It would be better to give them to Li Xiaotian first, and prevent the inheritance of Ho-E from being lost in his hands. Li Xiaotian, back then, you spent a lot of effort and thought of all sorts of ways to obtain the heaven-shocking bow and the shooting sun arrows. Now that you have lost your memories, I can be considered to have fulfilled your wish." Tang Zheng thought in his heart. Li Xiaotian did not know what Tang Zheng was thinking, and finally woke up from his shock, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He looked at Tang Zheng's majestic back with mixed feelings and said, "How can this be?" "They are yours. There's no need to say any more. I've already made up my mind." Tang Zheng interrupted Li Xiaotian without any explanation. "Remember my words. Use them well. Don't let me down." Li Xiaotian was not a pretentious person. He had also noticed Tang Zheng's determination. His eyes were moved and passionate. He took a deep breath and firmly promised, "Don't worry, I will definitely not let them be humiliated." Tang Zheng glanced at Lu Qingmei from the corner of his eyes and said, "Sister Mei, take care of yourself. I didn't take good care of you in the past." Because of her special identity, Lu Qingmei's relationship with Tang Zheng had always been a secret. It could be said to be an underground relationship which truly wronged her. Lu Qingmei was meticulous and immediately understood the meaning behind his words. Her eyes reddened, and she held back the tears that were about to fall and said in a daze, "What nonsense are you saying? This is my own choice. I have no regrets." A heavy mood filled everyone's hearts, and the air seemed to have frozen. The Dragon Slayer stepped on the air. There was no sound of footsteps, but every time he stepped on the ground, ripples would appear in the air. One ripple after another connected with each other, as if he was walking on the surface of water. This scene was extremely strange. Kill. A few Demon Clan-s could not withstand the oppressive atmosphere and completely exploded. With a roar, their killing intent shook the heavens as they crazily rushed towards the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer was unmoved. He did not even look at the other party. He extended his finger and waved it lightly. A few Demon Clan-s flew out and crashed into the hard rocks of Mount Buzhou. They were smashed into pieces and died on the spot. The Demon Clan-s retreated one after another. Although they were bearing the pressure of Mount Tai, no one dared to rashly attack and throw away their lives. "Who are you?" Saint King saw his subordinates die one by one, and it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. Finally, he took a step forward with difficulty, raised his neck, gathered his courage, and asked in a stern voice. The Dragon Slayer's gaze finally moved away from Tang Zheng and looked at Saint King and said, "Are you the experts of this world?" The sage stared blankly at this question and felt that it was absurd. What did he mean by this world? Could it be that he was not from this world? Saint King was shocked by this thought. He had always thought that the other party was an old subordinate of the Yellow Emperor, and this sentence already showed that he was definitely not an old subordinate of the Yellow Emperor. Then who was he? Saint King had more questions in his heart, and the pressure in his heart doubled. "Who are you and where are you from?" Saint King suppressed the many questions in his heart and asked again. The dragon slayer frowned impatiently and said, "Why do you have so many questions? If you don't answer me, why should I answer you?" Saint King was not an ordinary person after all. He gathered his courage and retorted. The dragon slayer stared with his thick eyebrows and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, interesting. I actually met someone who is not afraid of death. Those who dared to speak to me like this before. Do you know what happened to them?" Saint King snorted coldly and did not say a word. "You are not an idiot. It seems that you have already guessed it. Yes, those people's ending is death." The dragon slayer said proudly. As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to have dropped to the freezing point, and a cold wind blew into the hearts of everyone. "Among you people, other than your strength, the others are not even able to withstand a single blow, and are no different from ants," the dragon slayer said bluntly, and in his words there was no hiding the contempt from the bottom of his heart. The demons were furious. They were all the elites of the demon race, and had fought with the natives countless times in the sky beyond heaven. They were all powerhouses who had wandered around the gates of hell countless times, but they were actually called ants by the dragon slayer. Their anger could be imagined. But no one stood out to refute. The people who stood out just now had already explained everything. They were indeed not the dragon slayer's opponent, and could only send themselves to death. This humiliation could only be swallowed into the stomach. The insufferably arrogant demon race also had a time when they admitted defeat. If this spread out, the demon race's illustrious reputation would be ruined. Saint King clenched his teeth. He also felt humiliated. After all, he was stronger than the other demons. He hesitated for a moment and bluntly retorted, "What is there to fear about death? In the face of death, we demons are dignified men. We have never been fearless." "Ha, you have guts." The dragon slayer shook his head and said disdainfully, "Many people were like you in the past, but in the end it was proven that they were just stubborn mouths. Their bodies are often more honest than their mouths. I will deal with you in a while. You all can be quiet spectators. Don't ruin my good thing." The dragon slayer changed the topic and unexpectedly did not immediately pursue the demon's provocation. His gaze once again turned to Tang Zheng. Looking at him at such a close distance, Tang Zheng felt as if he had taken off all his clothes, as if all his secrets were going to be seen through by the dragon slayer. Of course, this was just a feeling. It was not the truth. Tang Zheng had practiced too many mysterious techniques to completely see through him and understand all his secrets. Even the dragon slayer could not do it. But the dragon slayer's scrutinizing gaze still saw some clues. TSK, at such a young age, you have actually practiced so many techniques, but they are mixed and orderly in good order. This is especially valuable. The dragon slayer praised, his gaze finally fixed on the somersault cloud. "Clouds and rain, this is your masterpiece, right?" Chapter 1290. After hearing the dragon slayer's question, Tang Zheng's expression darkened. His muscles tightened as he became more and more vigilant. The actual situation was far more serious than his speculation. The dragon slayer actually saw the process of him summoning clouds and summoning rain. Didn't this make his identity obvious? Seeing the dragon slayer focus his attention on Tang Zheng, the demons all opened their eyes wide in curiosity. The sage's eyes turned as he thought that the person who came did not have good intentions. This person was definitely not a good person and was also not Tang Zheng's accomplice. For him to insist on this question, he definitely did not have good intentions. Isn't this the same as drawing the flames of war onto Tang Zheng? Killing two birds with one stone. Before Tang Zheng could answer, Saint King answered first. "Of course it's him. We saw it with our own eyes." Saint King was quite surprised by Tang Zheng's ability to summon clouds and summon rain. Seeing the dragon slayer ask like this, he immediately realized that this was an excellent opportunity. Naturally, he sold out Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. Saint King's actions were clean and efficient. A second ago, he was still arguing with the Dragon Slayer, but in the next second, Saint King chose to give the Dragon Slayer a crucial piece of information. He decided to remain calm and collected and deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. The Dragon Slayer had an as expected expression. He sized up Tang Zheng and said, "I really didn't expect that with such a little cultivation, you could actually master the ability to summon clouds and summon rain. Who taught you this?" Tang Zheng's heart moved. He very cleverly grasped the key point. The Dragon Slayer's question revealed too much information. He didn't immediately treat Tang Zheng as a member of the Dragon Clan. He only saw him summon clouds and suspected that he was related to the Dragon Clan. However, this wasn't far from his identity being exposed. There were many demons. As long as one of them pointed out that he was related to the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Slayer would definitely not let him go. The relationship between Tang Zheng and the Dragon Clan was no longer a secret. Most of the demons knew. They still didn't know the identity of the Dragon Slayer. Otherwise, they would definitely sell him out again. The current plan was to drive the demons away as soon as possible to prevent them from revealing the truth. In that case, Tang Zheng would really have no room to maneuver. Tang Zheng pretended to look at the Dragon Slayer suspiciously, but did not answer his question. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the demon and said sarcastically, "Saint King, you can't wait to answer his question. Are you trying to draw fire to me? You know who he is and you dare to do this? We are all sensible people. This person's strength is rarely seen in this world. Even if you succeed in luring the flames of war to me, will you be safe and sound? Hee, your wishful thinking is too good. Don't tell me you forgot about those subordinates who just died?" The series of words left Saint King speechless, and his expression kept changing. He was not surprised that Tang Zheng had seen through his not-so-clever trick. What Tang Zheng said at the end was the key. He pointed out the enormous threat of the Dragon Slayers, and the demons could not stay out of this. This was a blatant threat to Saint King. Saint King knew this, but he could not help but tremble with fear. The strength displayed by the Dragon Slayer was too strong. He had no room to resist. If they really waited for the Dragon Slayer to destroy Tang Zheng, then they could forget about leaving. The Dragon Slayer would not care whether they were demons or not. At that moment, Saint King had the intention to retreat. While the Dragon Slayer's attention was still on Tang Zheng, it was better to leave first. Otherwise, they would not be able to leave. In addition, such a mysterious guest appeared in this world. He should tell Ancestor Chiyu and remind him. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Saint King without leaving a trace. From his eyes, he could already see the clues. He was greatly relieved. His scare words had finally worked. As long as Saint King left, he could find a seemingly suitable excuse to brush off the Dragon Slayer. The sage gave a meaningful glance to his numerous subordinates. They all tacitly understood and retreated step by step. The Dragon Slayer noticed this point and looked at Tang Zheng with even more interest. He praised, "Interesting, interesting. You have a glib tongue," scaring this group of cowards. After a slight pause, the Dragon Slayer continued, "Haha, I think you are much more powerful than them. The people in this world are really interesting. I have a feeling that this world will be more interesting than the previous world. It will not be so boring." Tang Zheng smiled bitterly, but pretended to be surprised and asked, "You are not from our world?" Surprised? Tang Zheng nodded heavily and asked knowingly, "Where did you come from?" The Dragon Slayer seemed to be lost in deep memories. He said with disappointment, "Where did I come from? This seems to be a very old question. I have almost forgotten it myself." The Dragon Slayer did not come from a fixed place. The Dragon Slayer was gathered and then gathered into a mysterious group. Furthermore, the Dragon Slayer traveled through many different worlds and gradually forgot where he came from. The only thing he paid attention to was killing dragons and obtaining dragon souls to strengthen himself. When Saint King heard this, he originally wanted to stay and listen for a while more to understand the Dragon Slayer's background. But after hearing the Dragon Slayer's answer, it was obvious that he did not want to say more. He might not be able to hear any useful information even if he stayed. Thus, Saint King made a prompt decision and ordered in a low voice, "Retreat!" This operation had completely failed. There was no point in staying. The key was to preserve their strength. Otherwise, they would not be able to explain to Qi Yu when they returned. Hearing this, Tang Zheng let out a sigh of relief. His plan had finally worked. The Saint King was scared away by him and the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer glanced at the demons who were flying away quickly from the corner of his eyes. He curled his lips and said disdainfully, "A group of scoundrels!" With a light wave of his finger, countless forces shot out from his fingertips. Bang, bang, bang. The demons who fell behind were immediately hit. They did not even have time to scream before they fell from the sky like meteors and merged into the magma. Not even their bones were left. The other demons were frightened. They used all their strength and ran even faster, afraid that the Dragon Slayer would catch up to them. The Dragon Slayer did not chase after them. His target was Tang Zheng. The demons were insignificant. He treated them as entertainment and did not need to pay too much attention to them. Tang Zheng also wanted to run, but he knew that he would not be as lucky as the demons, so he did not run. The Dragon Slayer looked at the indifferent Tang Zheng with interest and asked, "Why aren't you running? Are you not afraid of me?" Tang Zheng smiled bitterly and asked, "Can I escape?" The Dragon Slayer laughed. "You are very smart. Of course you can escape." Tang Zheng shrugged his shoulders, pretending to be relaxed as he said, "Then it's settled." "Do you know why I am so interested in you?" the Dragon Slayer asked. Tang Zheng shook his head. "This is related to my question just now. Your ability to control clouds and summon rain, as well as the white clouds under your feet. Who taught you that?" The Dragon Slayer's voice became a bit strict as he asked, "What does this have to do with you? I want to find the person who taught you these abilities." The Dragon Slayer said without mincing words, "This is a set of techniques that I accidentally found. I also don't know whose abilities they are. Naturally, I don't know who taught them to me." Tang Zheng lied without blinking. The Dragon Slayer's pupils shrank and then became gloomy. "Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Do you think I will believe your nonsense?" Tang Zheng's expression did not change. He pretended to be straightforward and said, "It is up to you to believe or not. In any case, I have already answered you. What is your relationship with the dragon race?" The Dragon Slayer was not willing to continue probing and asked directly, "Dragon race?" Tang Zheng frowned. His eyes were filled with confusion, as if this was the first time he had heard of this term. The Dragon Slayer kept looking at Tang Zheng, wanting to catch some useful information from his expression. But in his eyes, Tang Zheng did not have any flaws. What he did not know was that Tang Zheng also liked to observe other people's micro-expressions the most to determine their true thoughts. So, when he used deception to cross the sea, there really were no flaws. The Dragon Slayer did not find any flaws. He was suspicious. He really doesn't know the dragon race? The reason why the Dragon Clan did not directly point out earlier was to lower Tang Zheng's guard. This was because, in his opinion, Tang Zheng did not know him, nor did he know his origins. So it was impossible for him to guard against anything related to the Dragon Clan, especially when he suddenly asked about the dragon race. Tang Zheng's reaction was the most instinctive. It was even more impossible for him to fake it. Unfortunately, he did not know that Tang Zheng had already recognized him and was guarding against him at all times. Actually, the Dragon Slayer had absolute confidence in finding the whereabouts of the dragon race, but that vague feeling of the dragon race made him very curious. He guessed that it must be some powerful dragon race who thought of a way to hide their tracks. That was why it was so ethereal in his probing. His main focus was to deal with this powerful dragon race. The more powerful the dragon race was, the more powerful the dragon soul. Then, after he slaughtered the dragon, his harvest would be even greater. He had to think of all ways to find this mysterious dragon race. So he probed Tang Zheng, hoping that he could provide some useful information. Unfortunately, Tang Zheng did not provide any valuable information, greatly disappointing the dragon slayer. It's a pity that you don't know the dragon race. The dragon slayer shook his head regretfully. Then it seems that I have to spend some effort to find it. Maybe another dragon race can provide me with something. Tang Zheng's heart jumped. The other dragon race that the dragon slayer was talking about was definitely the golden dragon. What exactly did the golden dragon provide him, and what was he looking for? This was a very important question. He decided to take the risk and ask, "What are you looking for?" "A mysterious dragon race. He played a game of hide-and-seek with me. I haven't played a game for a long time, so he piqued my interest. This way, the process of slaughtering a dragon race will be more interesting. I'm really tired of the repetitive process of slaughtering a dragon race." A very strange expression appeared on the dragon slayer's face, which made Tang Zheng's heart beat wildly. What made him even more restless was that he had a feeling that the mysterious dragon race that the dragon slayer was talking about was not the golden dragon, but Tang Zheng. Chapter 1291. Tang Zheng was perplexed by the questions that popped up in his mind. He could not guess the reason behind it, but one thing was certain. The dragon slayer already knew of his existence. Although he did not know that the mysterious dragon was Tang Zheng, it was already very dangerous. The dragon slayer would not be satisfied with just finding the golden dragon. Instead, he would place more effort on Tang Zheng. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Tang Zheng, the surprise attack, would lose its effect. The dragon clan's plan of placing their hopes on him would also fail. More importantly, he was the target of the dragon slayer. The dragon slayer would definitely do everything possible to capture him. He was also connected to the dragon graveyard in the inverted Langya Pavilion. If the dragon slayer discovered this secret, wouldn't the dragon souls in the graveyard be in danger? When he thought of this, Tang Zheng's heart suddenly tightened. He realized the seriousness of the problem. No matter how much I calculated, the dragon clan still miscalculated this step. The consequences are unimaginable. I must not let the dragon slayer discover my identity. At least this time he must not find out. Tang Zheng silently warned himself. Seeing Tang Zheng's confused expression, the dragon slayer laughed strangely. "You have no connection with the dragon clan, but unfortunately, you have the ability to summon clouds and rain. In the end, you cannot escape from the dragon clan. I will use you as an example, and then go find the dragon clan to settle the score." Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. The other party thought that he was not a dragon and still wanted to kill the innocent. The dragon slayer was indeed not a good person. Tang Zheng was not prepared to sit and wait for death. He said, "I am alone and weak, but I will not be trampled on by others." "Is that so? Can the resistance of an ant be called resistance? You can't even make a splash. What's the use?" Tang Zheng coldly snorted. A great battle was unavoidable. He would definitely not admit defeat. Thus, he struck first to gain the initiative. He was very worried that once the dragon slayer attacked first, he might not have the chance to attack anymore. Tang Zheng did not attack the dragon slayer himself. He was not the dragon slayer's opponent. If he rushed over, he would only be a sheep in a tiger's den. "Azura, kill him!" Tang Zheng roared, and the Shura immediately appeared. Its colossal body looked down at the dragon slayer, and the Shura blade appeared with a whoosh, chopping down at the dragon slayer. Although Shura was injured by the fornax formation, in this life and death situation, Tang Zheng couldn't care less. Moreover, dragon slayers didn't know the fornax formation. The best way to deal with the dragon slayer was to summon the Shura. The dragon slayer exclaimed and looked at the Shura in surprise. As for the Shura blade that fell from the sky, he didn't give it a second look. When the Azura blade was about to land on his head, the dragon slayer stretched out his hand and waved it casually, as if he was dealing with a demon. However, it was not so easy this time. The Azura saber shook slightly, but it deviated from its original direction and continued to slash down as usual. Whoosh! The air was torn apart, and the Een energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings. It was as though it was capable of shredding anything and everything around the Azura's saber. The dragon slayer's eyes immediately lit up. He tapped his finger on the blade, but his finger was unscathed. Bang! The Azura blade was sent flying. The dragon slayer was unscathed. The Shura's eyes shone fiercely. After being injured by the fornax formation, he had a stomach full of anger. Now that he encountered the dragon slayer, his ferocious nature was completely stimulated. Kill! The Shura roared, and the Azura blade suddenly enlarged. Dense Een chi wrapped around the Azura blade, transforming into ferocious ghost heads. When the Azura blade slashed down again, the ghost heads let out shrill screams that shook one's soul. If a normal person heard this, they would have been scared out of their wits. The dragon slayer only frowned slightly and said angrily, "Filthy thing, you dare to challenge me? You are courting death. Today I will make your soul scatter." Bang! He tapped his finger on one of the ghost heads. The ghost head opened its black mouth and let out a shrill scream. In the next second, it exploded. The dragon slayer's finger tapped rapidly, leaving behind afterimages in the air. The ghost heads exploded one after another and soon disappeared. The Shura didn't stop. The Azura blade slashed down as usual, aiming for the dragon slayer's head. "Child's play," the dragon slayer said disdainfully. He leaped and actually took the initiative to attack. All of this happened in a flash. The Shura and the dragon slayer were both extremely fast. When the two had already exchanged a few blows, Tang Jing finally had time to order the somersault cloud. "Somersault cloud, bring them home immediately. The faster the better. Sister Mei, Li Xiaotian, go home. Don't come back." Tang Jing hurriedly instructed his children. The two girls immediately knew what Tang Jing was thinking and quickly shook their heads. "We won't go." But it was no longer up to them. The somersault cloud flew into the distance with a whoosh. "No," the two girls shouted. Tears flowed out of Lu Qingmei's eyes, like pearls hanging on her fair cheeks. Li Xiaotian had always been strong, but she was still affected. Her eyes were wet, and there were obvious sparkling tears. This bravery of sacrificing oneself to save others moved everyone involved. Lu Qingmei leaped, trying to jump off the somersault cloud and return to help Tang Jing. Instead, she did not jump up. Her feet seemed to have taken root on the somersault cloud and were firmly connected to it. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. Li Xiaotian also tried to break free from the somersault cloud, but in the end she also failed. The somersault cloud had received Tang Jing's order to bring the two back safely. Naturally, it would not let them leave its side. The two girls knew that this was the somersault cloud's doing. Lu Qingmei sobbed and begged, "Somersault cloud, let me go back. I want to help him. How can we leave him at this critical moment?" Li Xiaotian also chimed in. "Yes, if we die together. What's the point of running away? I, Li Xiaotian, am not such a person." The somersault cloud did not respond to the two girls and did not slow down. After a while, they could no longer see Tang Jing's figure as it disappeared into the horizon. No matter how the two girls begged, the somersault cloud turned a deaf ear and was indifferent. Tang Jing watched as the somersault cloud disappeared from his sight. Finally, he heaved a sigh of relief. He did not care if he died, but the people around him must be fine. Perhaps this was sacrificing oneself to save others. Humans were strange animals. Humans all wanted to live, but sometimes they would rather die to save others. Perhaps this was the difference between humans and animals. Emotions were one of the factors that maintained human nature. His feelings for Lu Qingmei were unquestionable. As for Li Xiaotian, at least he was a friend. Sacrificing himself to save the two of them, he felt that this was a good deal. It was not very noble. It was just that he was willing to do so. It was that simple. Of course, the Dragon Slayer saw the two of them flying away and had no intention of stopping them. His target was Tang Zheng, and he did not pay much attention to other unrelated people, just like how the demon clan had left earlier. Although the Azura had temporarily delayed the Dragon Slayer, Tang Zheng knew that he could not leave safely like the others. If he left, the Dragon Slayer would definitely chase after him without a care for his own safety. Kill! Seeing that the battle between the Dragon Slayer and the Azura was getting more and more intense, Tang Zheng roared and bravely rushed towards the Dragon Slayer. Since he was going to die, he would choose to die a heroic death and not be a coward. The Dragon Slayer was surprised by Tang Zheng's choice, the corner of his mouth raised, and said disdainfully, "You do have some guts, but you're just a reckless man. You can't even withstand a single blow." The Dragon Slayer repelled the Azura with one move and faced Tang Zheng head-on. Tang Zheng did not have his heaven-shocking bow and shooting sun arrows, so he simply used his hands to attack. However, his hands were different from ordinary people's hands. 2 black holes appeared in his palms. Sky swallowing technique. Yes, he had used the sky swallowing technique. He had just felt the power of the sky swallowing technique. So when he attacked with his bare hands, he decisively chose this sacred art. Not only did the sky swallowing technique have the ability to move mountains, it also had the ability to swallow, absorb, and devour souls. As for whether or not it would be effective against the Dragon Slayer, Tang Zheng did not know. He would have to try it first to know. The Dragon Slayer did not put Tang Zheng in his eyes at all. He lightly extended a hand and pushed his palm forward, causing an earth-shattering power to surge out. Bang! A muffled sound exploded in the air. However, Tang Zheng did not fly out. He crossed his palms, and the 2 black holes in his palms merged, forming a new black hole in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh! The surrounding air was instantly sucked into the black hole, as if it was creating a vacuum. Tang Zheng used all of his skills and activated all of his innate qi. The power of the sky swallowing technique was extremely strong. The majestic power pushed out by the Dragon Slayer was like air, hovering in front of the black hole for a while. The black hole trembled violently, but it still held on. The black hole suddenly exerted force, and the majestic power followed in the footsteps of the air and was actually sucked in. Strange. The Dragon Slayer clicked his tongue in wonder and raised his eyebrows. He did not expect this result at all. Tang Zheng was also very surprised by this result. The sky swallowing technique was actually effective and neutralized the opponent's attack. However, he was not too optimistic. The Dragon Slayer obviously did not use his full strength in this attack. The sky swallowing technique could neutralize this attack, but it did not mean that it could neutralize the following attacks. Without a doubt, the Dragon Slayer's following attacks would be even stronger. The Dragon Slayer did not have much time to be surprised, nor did he have the opportunity to immediately counterattack Tang Zheng. The Azura's attack came unexpectedly again. The Dragon Slayer had to divert his attention to deal with the Azura. In the distance, Granny Lee and the rest were watching this battle with pale faces. Their eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. When she saw the somersault cloud carrying the 2 girls away, Granny Lee wanted to chase after it, grab Li Xiaotian, and take the somersault cloud. However, looking at the somersault cloud's terrifying speed, she reluctantly gave up on this idea. They could not catch up at all. This was an extravagant hope. At this moment, seeing that Tang Zheng actually took the Dragon Slayer's attack, their expressions were even more interesting. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to take this attack. They would only end up like the other demons and die on the spot. They had to admit that Tang Zheng was much stronger than them. There was no suspense about Tang Zheng's death. If they stayed any longer, they would not be able to leave after the dragon slayer killed Tang Zheng. If they did not leave now, when would they? Let's go! Chapter 1292. Tang Zheng and Azura cooperated well and attacked the dragon slayer from the front and back. Although the dragon slayer was angry, his counterattack was methodical and fierce. The power of the swallowing sky technique was unparalleled, especially when swallowing, absorbing, and devouring souls were used interchangeably. The dragon slayer had already seen the power of the swallowing sky technique and stopped underestimating it. He stared at the black hole with burning eyes and asked, "What kind of ability is this?" "Swallowing sky technique," Tang Zheng said decisively. The dragon slayer's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed slightly. He said coldly, "It's really famous. Swallowing sky technique. Humph, arrogant. Can it really swallow the heavens?" Tang Zheng ignored the dragon slayer's sarcasm and doubt and said, without changing his expression, "What's the use of saying so much useless words? If you have the ability, break my swallowing sky technique." After seeing the actual combat strength of the swallowing sky technique, it had already dissolved 3 of the dragon slayer's attacks. Immediately, Tang Zheng regained a bit of confidence. The dragon slayer's expression became even more unsightly. Being rebutted by Tang Zheng undoubtedly made him furious. "Then I'll destroy you. No matter what relationship you have with the Dragon Clan, it's no longer important. I'll find the Dragon Clan and make you disappear from this world." After the Dragon Slayer finished speaking, he waved his hand and a violent force flew out from his 5 fingers. Azura and Tang Zheng were fully alert and ready to attack. After seeing this scene, they both launched a counterattack. The Azura blade danced in the air and a cold wind blew, slashing over like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling. Tang Zheng crossed his palms, and a large black hole appeared in front of him. Whoosh whoosh! The air was sucked into the black hole again. When Tang Zheng pushed with his palms, the black hole flew towards the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer had experience and didn't get close to the black hole. Just now he was almost sucked in by the black hole. Not only was his cultivation power affected, but even his soul was swaying. This was the feeling he had just experienced. So he didn't dare to take the risk again. The Dragon Slayer was also somewhat afraid of these abilities. Therefore, although he looked disdainful of the swallowing sky technique on the surface, he actually valued it quite a bit. This was an extremely rare set of cultivation techniques. The Dragon Slayer's violent energy shot out from his fingertips, and Tang Zheng quickly raised his hands. Black Hole seemed to have a telepathic connection, and it also leaped up and blocked in front of Tang Zheng. Whoosh! The 2 forces were sucked into the black hole, but the other force made a feint and struck Tang Zheng's abdomen from below at a tricky angle. Bang! As if he was struck by lightning, he flew backwards and crashed into the hard rocks of Mount Buzhou. His clothes were torn, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His chaotic Vajra spell had already reached large success, and his body was as tough as steel. Although he did not shatter into pieces, his skin was still green and purple, as if it had been dyed with color. There was a pool of blood left on the ground. The contrast between the dark red blood and the pure white snow was very strong, stimulating people's nerves. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the 2 sides fighting fiercely, his mood fluctuating. Although he had already made up his mind to fight to the death, when he truly felt wave after wave of powerful attacks from the other side, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The Dragon Slayer was indeed powerful. No wonder the Dragon Clan was in danger of being exterminated. The Dragon Slayer was indeed too powerful. The heaven swallowing method could not truly do anything to him. At most, it would only give him a little more trouble. Roar! A loud sound interrupted his thoughts. The Azura roared towards the sky, his anger overflowing from his words. The Azura blade had been destroyed by the Dragon Slayer at some point in time. Although the Azura blade was condensed from Yin Qi and was still regenerating, looking at the broken Azura blade, the Azura was still unable to restrain his anger. Kill! The Azura roared again, and the broken blade was reborn, once again transforming into the original appearance of the Azura blade. However, when the Azura blade fell from the sky, the Dragon Slayer extended 2 fingers and actually caught the Azura blade. That surging power was actually unable to do anything to those 2 seemingly weak fingers. The corners of the Dragon Slayer's mouth curled up slightly as he said, "In the end, it is difficult for a filthy thing to enter the hall of elegance." Crack! The Azura blade once again broke into 2 pieces in the hands of the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer held onto half of the Azura blade, flipped his fingers, and aimed the Azura blade at the Azura. Puff! The Azura blade directly pierced into the Azura's body. The Azura widened his eyes in disbelief. He was actually injured by his own weapon. Ah! He roared towards the sky, his anger unbearable. The Dragon Slayer held half of the Azura blade in his hand. Suddenly, the Azura blade became blurry. In an instant, it turned into a wisp of Yin Qi, merging into one with the Azura. Although the Azura blade was a part of the Azura's body, when the Azura blade pierced into his body, the Azura was still injured. In the world of spirits and souls, the Azura and the Dizang of Goguryeo had fought for so long, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. In the end, the Dizang of Goguryeo did not destroy him. However, in the hands of the Dragon Slayer, the Azura suffered such a huge loss. For the first time in his life, he felt the danger of death. One could imagine how he felt. The Azura not only gained wisdom from the Ksitigarbha Sutra, but his cultivation also improved by leaps and bounds. In the past, he was only 1 step away from the Mahayana realm. This was also one of the areas where the Dizang of Goguryeo was more powerful than him. The Dizang of Goguryeo achieved great mastery of his divine power and became a Buddha on the spot. He broke through to the Mahayana realm. The Mahayana realm and the soul formation realm did not seem far away, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. After the Azura crossed this threshold, he was trapped by the fornax formation before he could display the corresponding strength. He was seriously injured, and his combat strength was greatly reduced. Now that he was facing the Dragon Slayer, how could he be a match for him? One had to know that the Dragon Slayer's cultivation was extraordinary. He had absorbed countless dragon souls and had long been an expert in the Mahayana realm. The difference between the 2 sides was so great that there was not much suspense about the outcome. Even so, the Azura could not calm the anger in his heart. His painful roar came to an abrupt end, and he grabbed the Dragon Slayer with both hands. His fingernails grew, and they were black and flashed with shocking Yin Qi. The Dragon Slayer curled his lips in disdain, and his fingers fell like a blade. Poof! Both of the Azura's palms were cut in the middle. The cut was extremely smooth and no blood flowed out. Only waves of Yin Qi spread out from the wound. The Azura howled in pain again and staggered back. Although the Azura's limbs could be regenerated, this kind of pain was still unbearable. Tang Zheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was about to step forward to help the Azura again. However, before he could take a step, a voice sounded in his mind. "Thank you for helping me avoid a disaster. The kindness of a drop of blood will be repaid with a gushing spring. I will help you defeat the enemy." This voice was very sudden, causing Tang Zheng to not know what to do. Who was it that ran into his head? This thought flashed through his mind, but he rejected it. It was not someone who ran into his head, but a voice that only he could hear. That was because the inner demons were not abnormal at all, which proved that the inner demons did not hear this voice. At this critical moment, such a mysterious voice appeared. His whole body tensed up, and he asked warily, "Who are you?" The other party did not seem to be hostile, and instead said that he would help him. Tang Zheng was confused. As for the other party saying that Tang Zheng had saved him, Tang Zheng was even more confused and did not know what to do. The inner demons were the first to notice Tang Zheng's abnormality and asked in surprise, "Why are you so surprised?" Tang Zheng did not comment and quietly waited for the mysterious voice to answer. "I am the guardian spirit of Mount Buzhou." The voice was neither sad nor happy and calmly replied. Tang Zheng was shocked and stared at the cliff of Mount Buzhou in shock. Mount Buzhou had a guardian spirit? This was something unheard of. Whether it was Chiyu, the inner demons, or the 100 Faces Star-Lord who had been trapped on Mount Buzhou for countless years, none of them had mentioned this. For a moment, Tang Zheng could not distinguish the authenticity of this voice. Since Mount Buzhou has a guardian spirit, why didn't you do anything when Mount Buzhou was about to collapse? Tang Zheng asked warily. The guardian spirit sighed deeply and said, "I wasn't indifferent. The lava was constantly corroding Mount Buzhou, and its foundation was damaged. I was resisting the lava's power with great difficulty. If I hadn't vowed to fight to the death, Mount Buzhou would have collapsed long ago." After a pause, the guardian spirit added, "Of course, this was all thanks to your help. If you hadn't turned the tide in the end, Mount Buzhou would have been in danger." Tang Zheng muttered inwardly, "Since you, the guardian spirit, couldn't even protect Mount Buzhou, how could you stop me from repelling the dragon slayers?" One had to know that the dragon slayers were so powerful that they could completely crush the Saint King and the other demons. The two sides were on completely different levels. The enemy is too powerful. You might not be his match. Tang Zheng reminded worriedly. The guardian spirit was not worried at all. On the contrary, it said confidently, "If it was any other place, I wouldn't be able to do much and wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But this is Mount Buzhou. The divine power of Mount Buzhou will be used by me to repel the enemy." The divine power of Mount Buzhou? Tang Zheng opened his eyes wide. Yes, Mount Buzhou is a divine mountain. Since ancient times, it has always possessed supreme divine power. It's just that it doesn't show itself, so most people don't know about it. The guardian spirit explained. Divine mountains are different from ordinary mountains. They are protected by guardian spirits to prevent them from being damaged. It is my responsibility to protect Mount Buzhou. The expression in Tang Zheng's eyes kept changing, as this was something new. Whether or not this voice is true, I've already become like this. Defeat is certain. I might as well try everything I can and see what method he has to help me escape. Tang Zheng made up his mind. He took a deep breath and asked, "How will you help me?" "I'll give you the divine power of Mount Buzhou," the guardian spirit said in an earth-shattering voice. Tang Zheng thought that the guardian spirit would appear and use its power to repel the dragon slayers. He didn't expect that it would give Tang Zheng the divine power of Mount Buzhou. What kind of divine power does Mount Buzhou have? Tang Zheng's eyes were filled with darkness, but he was excited. After all, Mount Buzhou was a divine mountain that connected two worlds. He didn't know how powerful the divine power it contained was. He couldn't help but be filled with endless anticipation. Hearing Tang Zheng's question, the guardian spirit deliberately kept him in suspense. The divine power of Mount Buzhou is extraordinary. You'll know when you experience it. Chapter 1293. After hearing the protector's words, Tang Zheng was still very confused. What exactly was the so-called divine power of Mount Buzhou? He was completely clueless. Before he could ask, Mount Buzhou glowed faintly. The white snow that had been melted by the high temperature of the magma melted even faster. It was like a person taking off his outer clothes and revealing his true body. Under the white snow, a dark skin was revealed like a person's black skin. However, this was the skin of Mount Buzhou. There was a profound meaning to those patches of black which inadvertently attracted people's gazes. Tang Zheng stared without blinking, witnessing everything. The Shura and the Dragon Slayer were still fighting and did not notice the abnormality of Mount Buzhou. Whoosh whoosh! A gust of wind blew through the mountain. This gust of wind was less cold than usual and had more warmth. This gust of wind wrapped around Tang Zheng as if it was giving Tang Zheng a coat. His pupils shrank as he had a strange feeling. This is, don't speak, quietly feel the divine power of Mount Buzhou. The protector reminded. Tang Zheng hurriedly abandoned all distracting thoughts and guarded his mind, focusing all of his attention on feeling the little changes. This Mount Buzhou seems to have changed. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this kid have? The inner demons did not know what was going on, but they could see some clues. Tang Zheng was not in the mood to answer the inner demon's question. He was the person involved and had experienced it firsthand. After the gust of wind wrapped around him, he slowly rose up. He wasn't flying in the air, but the wind was lifting him up. The wind blew into his body from every cell. He was like a balloon that was about to be filled by this gust of wind. This gust of wind had no intention of stopping. It flowed through his meridians and merged perfectly with his true qi. My true qi has become stronger. Tang Zheng was incredulous and opened his eyes wide. Is this the effect of the divine power of Mount Buzhou? This was indeed the divine power of Mount Buzhou. It merged perfectly with Tang Zheng's true qi without any signs of rejection. True qi was like a river flowing into the sea, merging into each other. You have me in you, and I have you in me. Shua! A beam of light shot out from Tang Zheng's eyes, as if it could pierce through everything. However, this phenomenon did not continue. After the divine power circulated in the meridians for 9 cycles, it completely disappeared without a trace. His Jinqi also returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. However, Tang Zheng had an intuition that something had changed in his body. It was just that he hadn't noticed it yet. Boom! Like a cannonball, the Azura was hit by the Dragon Slayer and crashed into Mount Buzhou, not far from Tang Zheng. Shura lay on the dark rock in a sorry state and struggled to get up. He already understood that he was definitely not a match for the Dragon Slayer, but the prideful him did not give up. The Dragon Slayer looked down from above and flew over with the attitude of a victor. He looked down at his 2 opponents with contempt. You want to challenge me with this little bit of strength? The Dragon Slayer's disdainful tone made the Azura fly into a rage. He wanted to rush over and fight back. On the contrary, the Dragon Slayer's attack was even faster. He arrived in the blink of an eye and punched the Azura's chest. Once again, there was a loud bang and rocks flew everywhere. Half of the Azura's body sank into the rock. He struggled for a while, but he couldn't break free. Roar, roar! The Azura roared at the sky, but there was nothing he could do. Your vitality is really tenacious. Let's see how long you can last. The Dragon Slayer was very confident and did not take the Azura seriously at all. As for Tang Zheng, he did not take advantage of the situation to attack. There was no need for that. After dealing with the Azura, this big problem, Tang Zheng was a piece of cake. He could do whatever he wanted with him. Punch after punch. The Azura roared incessantly, mixed with pain. There were already a few holes on his body. There was no blood, but wisps of yin qi lingered around the holes and flowed out of the Azura's body like fresh blood. Once the yin qi was completely drained, the Azura would cease to exist. Yin qi was his foundation. Tang Zheng knew this very well. After seeing this scene, how could he just sit there and do nothing? He placed his hands on the hard rock. Whoosh! Like an arrow leaving the bow, Tang Zheng flew out. His speed was far beyond his expectations. This was much faster than his original speed. The Dragon Slayer had a general understanding of Tang Zheng's attack, so he did not care about his counterattack. However, Tang Zheng gave him a huge surprise. The Dragon Slayer blinked in disbelief, and Tang Zheng was already in front of him. Tang Zheng's reaction speed was very fast. After noticing the change in his speed, he immediately made a corresponding change. He pushed his palms forward, and the two black holes in his palms intersected. A huge black hole was like a big mouth, about to swallow the Dragon Slayer. Bang! The black hole imprinted on the Dragon Slayer's body. The Dragon Slayer let out a low roar and felt the power in his body rapidly flowing out. Even his soul seemed to be trembling and was about to leave him. He was not surprised by this. He was only angry. His anger was overflowing, as if he wanted to ignite the air. Do you really think this little trick can deal with me? The Dragon Slayer was furious. He activated all the power in his body. Boom! A huge rebounding force acted on the black hole. In an instant, it actually suppressed the attractive force of the black hole. The Dragon Slayer's legs seemed to be installed with springs. With a whoosh, he flew out, increasing the distance between him and Tang Zheng. How did your strength change so much? The Dragon Slayer asked, still in shock. This was indeed shocking. In just a short while, a person's strength could change so much. It was rare. The Dragon Slayer had traveled through many worlds. He had seen many things, but he had never encountered such a strange thing. Could it be that he had deliberately hidden his strength before? Then he tried to kill him in one strike and get rid of him directly? The Dragon Slayer's mind was occupied by this thought. He believed that this was the reason. Thus he became alert. His opponent was not as simple and weak as he thought. The Dragon Slayer had always been confident in his own strength. However, his opponent could escape from his fiery golden eyes. Just this point alone made the Dragon Slayer dare not underestimate him. This is really an accident. It's not as boring as I thought. The Dragon Slayer licked his lips. He was full of interest and murderous intent. Tang Zheng was also very surprised by his own changes. This was definitely the change brought by the mountain god power that the guardian spirit mentioned. He could not suppress the joy in his heart. The corners of his mouth curled up. There was a chance of survival in a situation of certain death. Spring came to the withered tree. The willows darkened and the flowers brightened. His confidence increased. He raised his head and looked straight at the Dragon Slayer. He said meaningfully, "The best part is yet to come." The provocation was too strong. The Dragon Slayer obviously could not bear it. His figure flashed, and he raised his hand. A bright light exploded from his hand. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He finally saw the true appearance of this light. A long whip. Tang Zheng was not unfamiliar with this long whip. Back then, in the illusion, he saw the Dragon Slayer use this whip to kill a dragon. From this, it could be seen how powerful this long whip was. Using a dragon whip to deal with you is really using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The Dragon Slayer said disdainfully. Tang Zheng's heart shivered. Just now, when the Dragon Slayer was dealing with the Azura, he only used his hands. Now he was actually using a treasure. The strength of that could be imagined. Tang Zheng could not help but be deeply worried. Would the so-called divine power be able to withstand the dragon whip? Do you know what this dragon whip is made of? The Dragon Slayer seemed to want to show off and asked proudly. Before Tang Zheng could ask, the Dragon Slayer said, "This is a treasure made of more than 10 dragon tendons, mixed together after 100 days of forging." Dragon tendons. Tang Zheng trembled. His eyes burned as he stared at the dragon whip. This long whip was actually made of so many dragon tendons. In other words, it was formed from the lives of more than 10 dragons. The Dragon Slayer used the dragon whip to slaughter the dragons. He was afraid that even the dead dragons would not be able to rest in peace. It was truly abominable. The dragon tendons are indeed good things. Although they are a little inferior to the dragon soul, they're still good materials for refining treasures. The Dragon Slayer showed off. This dragon whip has always only killed dragons. It has never killed humans. You are the first one. You should feel honored. The Dragon Slayer pointed at Tang Zheng. His eyes flickered with sparks, as if he was angry that he had to use the dragon whip. He was really angry. This was an easy task, but there were unexpected changes. An inconspicuous little character actually hid so deeply. It made him a little afraid. Tang Zheng also became alert. He did not think that the Dragon Slayer was showing off. The other party was telling the truth. Pa! The Dragon Slayer's wrist shook. With the sound of a whip, it tore through the air. In the next second, the dragon whip was in front of him. Its speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see it with the naked eye. However, Tang Zheng was different. At this moment, in his eyes, the traces of the dragon whip were very clear, as if it was moving in slow motion. This was a very strange experience. Tang Zheng knew that with his skills, he would definitely not be able to do this. Without a doubt, this was definitely the effect of Mount Buzhou's godly power. This effect could not be seen or touched. In fact, even he could not feel it. However, in a real battle, it really played a huge role. He actually dodged it. The Dragon Slayer was surprised. Even dragons might not be able to dodge this attack of his, but this kid actually dodged it so easily. What the hell? Immediately, the Dragon Slayer became more vigilant against Tang Zheng. His wrist shook anxiously. Pa pa pa! The dragon whip intertwined in midair, forming a shadow. It was impossible to distinguish which was the real attack. Tang Zheng's vision blurred. Those shadows intertwined, but none of their trajectories could escape Tang Zheng's eyes. Attack! The guardian spirit's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Tang Zheng was quick-witted, and like the most agile fish, he shuttled through the large net, completely ignoring the feints and dodging the real attacks one after another, dangerously arriving in front of the Dragon Slayer. The dragon whip's attacks all missed. Chapter 1294. The Dragon Slayer looked at Tang Zheng, who was standing in front of him in shock. A black hole suddenly enlarged in his eyes and imprinted itself on his chest. One reading? Vast amounts of energy poured out of the Dragon Slayer's body like flowing water. At the same time, his mind was agitated and his soul swayed as if it was about to collapse. This stop! The Dragon Slayer experienced the taste of the sky-swallowing technique and broke out in cold sweat as he shouted loudly. How could Tang Zheng stop? Pa! The dragon whip in his hand shook violently, and whip flowers appeared out of thin air, flying towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng swayed his body left and right in an attempt to dodge the whip flowers, successfully dodging them one after another. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another whip flower suddenly appeared behind Tang Zheng. This whip flower seemed to have appeared out of thin air, so much so that it appeared behind Tang Zheng in his blind spot. He did not notice it at all. Be careful! When the Shura saw this, he hurriedly cried out in alarm. Bang! Tang Zheng was still sent flying. The sky-swallowing technique had lost its effect, and the Dragon Slayer was temporarily free. He gasped for breath and looked at Tang Zheng in shock, asking sternly, How did you do all this? Tang Zheng crawled up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was unwilling to accept this. The sky-swallowing technique had already taken effect, but he was still hit by the other party and thus interrupted. Although Mount Buzhou's divine power was powerful, it also had its shortcomings. The guardian spirit's voice sounded again. This person's strength is extraordinary. You must be extremely careful. Tang Zheng nodded inwardly and looked at the Dragon Slayer with a burning gaze. Don't you have a pair of eyes? Can't you see how I did it? His tone was mixed with sarcasm, causing the Dragon Slayer's anger to rise. Hiding. Let's see how long you can hide. Your divine ability might not necessarily be effective. Didn't you take one of my attacks? The Dragon Slayer's confidence increased greatly. Tang Zheng's expression became unnatural, but he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and said, Then let's compete again and see who will win. Even so, Tang Zheng was not in a hurry to attack. Although the best defense was offense, his offensive power was lacking. On the other hand, defense was the most effective. He could take advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness to find the opponent's weakness and attack. The Dragon Slayer didn't know about Tang Zheng's weakness, so he attacked Tang Zheng again without saying anything. The whip shadows and whip flowers were released together. The whip shadows were like tree branches, and the whip flowers were like blooming flowers on the branches. They complemented each other, and their power was definitely not to be underestimated. The air around Tang Zheng was completely torn apart by the dragon whip's attack, so much so that not even the air could pass through. Tang Zheng held his breath and concentrated. In his eyes, all the attacks were once again methodically displayed. Both real and fake, everything could be seen at a glance. That was because he had learned his lesson. Even if there was a blind spot behind him, he could still take care of it. It seemed that with the previous experience, he was even more relaxed this time. He skillfully moved his steps and casually avoided the double attack of the whip shadows and whip flowers. Tang Zheng closed in on the Dragon Slayer again. He pushed out his palms, and a black hole immediately appeared, quickly enlarging in the Dragon Slayer's eyes. Why is it like this again? The Dragon Slayer's eyes were red with anxiety. His cultivation was clearly much higher than Tang Zheng's. So why couldn't he do anything to him? Instead, he was forced into a corner. Damn it, I don't believe it. The Dragon Slayer tiptoed and quickly retreated. The dragon whip followed him like a shadow, interweaving into a solid defense in front of him like an iron wall. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed. He still broke through the defense and closed in on the Dragon Slayer again. The black hole that was getting bigger and bigger approached the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer cried out in despair and soared into the air, finally dodging Tang Zheng's attack. Both sides were attacking. The Dragon Slayer missed time and time again, but Tang Zheng was fast and accurate. Although each attack did not cause too much damage to the Dragon Slayer, he was still unable to endure it. He was almost on the verge of collapse. One reading? This was something that no one could endure. His cultivation was clearly higher than his opponent's, but he was always at a disadvantage and his counterattacks were ineffective. The Dragon Slayer had never felt so sullen before. He condescendingly stared at Tang Zheng and asked, "Just who are you? How can you avoid my attacks?" This was something that even the Dragon Clan could not do, but a person who was not very strong could do it. This was too strange. Tang Zheng could not hide his joy. Although he did not truly injure the Dragon Slayer, he had successfully stopped the other's attack. This was equivalent to another kind of victory. He did not answer the Dragon Slayer's question, but took the chance to ask the Guardian Spirit, "Since Mount Buzhou's divine power is so strong, can you help me kill this person?" The Dragon Slayer was a great worry in the end. It was like a sword hanging over his and the Golden Dragon's heads. He did not know when this sword would fall down. It was just too dangerous. If there was a chance, he naturally wanted to eliminate the Dragon Slayer and get rid of this great worry. The Guardian Spirit said, "No, Mount Buzhou's divine power is limited. This is already the greatest help. It will be very difficult to kill this person. Moreover, Mount Buzhou's foundation was damaged when fighting against the lava, so its divine power was greatly reduced. In addition, this divine power is only effective within Mount Buzhou. Once you leave Mount Buzhou, the divine power will disappear and cannot help you." Hearing this, Tang Zheng was greatly disappointed. He thought that the divine power was very powerful, but it had so many restrictions. It could not pose a substantial threat to the Dragon Slayer. This divine power was more of a deterrent, so that the Dragon Slayer could not figure out Tang Zheng's patrol and did not dare to act rashly. If the two sides were in a deadlock, the Dragon Slayer would definitely retreat without a fight. Tang Zheng was disappointed, but he did not show it. Instead, he hooked his finger and looked provocatively at the Dragon Slayer, saying, "Why did you run away? Didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? I'm right here. Come on." The Dragon Slayer's expression kept changing. He stared unblinkingly at Tang Zheng, as if he wanted to see through him. But in the end, he had no choice but to give up. He could indeed see that Tang Zheng's cultivation was not high. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. But the truth was that he could not do anything to Tang Zheng. Instead, he was forced into a difficult situation. This contrast made him feel quite embarrassed. The dragon slayer gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to charge down again and teach Tang Zheng a lesson. But in the end, he gave up on this idea. He had already tried twice. There was no need to try a third time. He was a proud person. Twice was enough to reach an unquestionable conclusion. Seeing that the dragon slayer did not move at all and did not attack again, Tang Zheng heaved a sigh of relief. The dragon slayer was indeed afraid of him. This was too unexpected. Although the divine power of Mount Buzhou can't hurt him, it can still protect you. So you don't need to worry. The guardian spirit comforted. Tang Zheng was greatly relieved. The Shura looked at Tang Zheng with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" He was very clear about Tang Zheng's strength. He was also shocked by Tang Zheng's move. If Tang Zheng did not use the Ksitigarbha Sutra, he could not even defeat the Shura. How could he defeat the Dragon Slayer so easily? This was too strange. The inner demons had similar thoughts. However, he was smarter than the Shura. He immediately realized that there was a reason for Tang Zheng's change. "Young man, did you have some kind of fortuitous encounter?" The inner demon's question made Tang Zheng's lips curve into an unfathomable smile. He replied, "Have you guessed anything?" The inner demons resentfully said, "How could I guess?" Tang Zheng's heart moved. The inner demons knew a thing or two about Mount Buzhou. However, they did not know that Mount Buzhou had a guardian spirit. They also did not know about the so-called divine power of Mount Buzhou. It seemed that this was a secret. There was no need to tell the inner demons. Tang Zheng smiled mysteriously and said, "You can't guess because there was no fortuitous encounter. It was just a coincidence that scared the Dragon Slayer." "Scared?" The inner demons shouted. "How is that possible? The Dragon Slayer is not an idiot. I am not blind. Just now, it was you who used your true ability to dodge the opponent's heavy attacks. You made the Dragon Slayer feel helpless. Do you think that was done by luck?" Tang Zheng did not deny or admit. This made the inner demon's heart move. Suspicion rose in his heart, and he also had a trace of fear. In the past, he was not really afraid of Tang Zheng. That was because Tang Zheng was too transparent. There were not many secrets to speak of. But this time, the situation had completely changed. Tang Zheng really did have a secret. Moreover, it was a huge secret that could not be underestimated. A secret that was enough to make the Dragon Slayer feel fear. The inner demons did not think that they were stronger than the Dragon Slayer, especially now that he was just a soul. There was no way he could be compared to the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer was in the Mahayana realm. This was without a doubt. As for what level of Mahayana he was, this was something that could not be seen at the moment. But this was no longer important. In any case, the inner demons were no match for the Dragon Slayer. Unless they returned to their previous peak state, they would not be afraid of the Dragon Slayer at all. Seeing that the inner demons did not insist on getting to the bottom of the matter, Tang Zheng heaved a sigh of relief. His deliberately mystifying plan had succeeded. He did not care about the little thoughts of the inner demons. His gaze turned cold as he stared at the Dragon Slayer. He was full of confidence and did not have the slightest fear. The Dragon Slayer's eyes flickered. He glared fiercely at Tang Zheng, his eyes full of unwillingness. Before he could even find the Dragon Clan, he was tricked by a human. This time, it seemed that things were not going well. The Dragon Slayer was a smart person. He was not an indecisive person. After thinking that there was no way to break through Tang Zheng's strange defense, he decided to get down to business first. Perhaps after absorbing the dragon soul of this world's dragon clan and finding the hidden dragon clan, His cultivation might be able to improve further. At that time, the situation would probably be reversed. It would not be too late to deal with this kid then. No matter what, he would definitely get back at him this time. Kid, I have business to do. This time, I will spare your life. In the future, I will come and take your life. The dragon slayer did not show any fear. He thought that he was right and said ruthlessly. However, to Tang Zheng, this sentence was clearly admitting defeat. He actually used the power of Mount Buzhou to force the dragon slayer to retreat. Moreover, this was forcing him to retreat without a fight. This was more difficult than actually defeating the opponent. Chapter 1295. After the dragon slayer said these harsh words, he turned and left. Just like how he came, he disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. 1. Reading a book? Tang Zheng still hadn't come back to his senses. He stared blankly in the direction the dragon slayer disappeared in. After a while, he confirmed that the dragon slayer wasn't deliberately mystifying him. Only then did he sit down on the ground and take deep breaths. This time he had really escaped death. He never thought that he would meet the dragon slayer in this kind of situation and almost die at his hands. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at Buzhou Mountain and didn't have the help of the guardian spirit, he probably wouldn't have been able to keep his little life. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at the towering Buzhou Mountain. The originally ordinary mountain peak suddenly became mysterious and tall in his eyes. "Thank you," he silently said to the guardian spirit. "This is what you deserve. You saved Buzhou Mountain from being destroyed." The guardian spirit calmly said. Tang Zheng gave a bitter smile. This was the so-called drinking and pecking. It really was the will of the heavens. When he used the mountain-moving divine ability to protect Buzhou Mountain, he didn't think of anything in return. He was only focused on stopping the demons. He never thought that there would be such a pleasant surprise. The Shura's eyes were filled with disbelief. His large eyes almost popped out as he stared at Tang Zheng. After a long time, he stammered. Why did he leave like this? The corner of Tang Zheng's mouth hooked up into an unfathomable smile. Only he knows the answer to this question. He was scared away by you. The Shura wasn't stupid and directly said. Tang Zheng shrugged. He didn't deny it, but he also didn't admit it. The Shura's eyes changed again. He had known Tang Zheng for a long time and understood his strength very well. But this time he really didn't understand. Even he couldn't repel the dragon slayer, but he was scared away by Tang Zheng. He didn't think that the dragon slayer was a fool or a coward that could be easily scared away. The Shura thought of the only explanation with his not-so-bright brain. Tang Zheng was hiding his strength, so he scared away the dragon slayer. Reading a book? Could it be that he had been deliberately showing weakness in front of me all this time? The more Shura thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. Tang Zheng had repeatedly risked his life. If he didn't have enough strength, then his courage was simply too great. Moreover, he had walked back from the gates of hell time and time again. This was not something that could be explained by luck alone. He had to have the strength and confidence to believe in it. This confidence definitely came from the fact that he was deliberately hiding his strength. Shura became more and more certain of his conjecture. In the end, he thought to himself, in the past, when I fought with him several times, I was actually walking on the edge of a knife. I could be hurt by the sharp knife at any time. In the future, I have to be even more careful. I can't be as unbridled and arrogant as before. I'm also injured this time, so I should rest and recuperate. Tang Zheng was completely unaware of the many complicated thoughts flashing through Shura's mind. He was still reflecting on the battle just now. I want to return to Sumeru World to recuperate. Shura interrupted Tang Zheng's thoughts. Tang Zheng was slightly startled. He looked deeply at Shura. Did the sun rise from the west? Shura actually took the initiative to return to Sumer world. He didn't think too much about it. With a wave of his hand, Shura was absorbed into it. Young man, Shura's perception of you has changed. The inner demons also recovered from their shock. However, they didn't ignore Shura's change and pointed it out. Tang Zheng was stunned. He couldn't help but laugh. You're not joking, right? I don't have the leisure to joke with you. Your battle with the Dragon Slayer intimidated him. You should know that although Shura already has intelligence, his primitive instincts are still hidden deep in his heart. That is the reverence for the strong. Tang Zheng's expression changed slightly. He muttered to himself, Your battle with the Dragon Slayer exposed your hidden strength. Shura noticed this, so he naturally feared and respected you. I dare say that if you don't recite the Ksitigarbha Sutra in the future, he won't resist. The inner demon's assertion made Tang Zheng's heart move. He was surprised, but also faintly looked forward to it. He had intimidated Shura. If this was true, then Shura wouldn't be a hidden danger. At least, he wouldn't be a hidden danger for now. Instead, he would be a powerful help. Now that the situation was complicated, it was undoubtedly a very lucky thing to have Shura's sincere help. Seeing that Tang Zheng was silent, the inner demons asked curiously, Young man, you and I are one. Why hide it from me? How did you do this? Could it be that you're really hiding something? Before speaking, the inner demons had carefully examined Tang Zheng's body. He didn't find any clues, which made him even more puzzled. The more he couldn't find anything, the more uncertain he was. Unknowingly, he had a trace of reverence for Tang Zheng. Although it wasn't as strong as Shura, it had taken root and sprouted. Tang Zheng smiled faintly. Inner demons, you're just in my body. We're not one. Moreover, everyone has secrets. Aren't you the same? Do you dare to say that you're not hiding anything from me? This sentence immediately blocked the inner demons, making him speechless. Of course, he wasn't completely honest with Tang Zheng. Naturally, he couldn't ask Tang Zheng to be completely honest with him. Although this time we've turned danger into safety, the danger hasn't been completely eliminated. Whether it's the demon race going to great lengths to destroy Mount Buzhou, or the Dragon Slayer trying to find the Golden Dragon and then find me, all of these have made the situation more dangerous. We have to find a way to deal with it. In addition, I originally wanted to find the demon race and discuss with them the problem of the spatial separation between the two worlds. However, I didn't get any useful clues. The demon race didn't give me a chance to discuss at all. This won't do. According to Xianin, the spatial separation between the two worlds will become more and more fragile. The large forces of the sky beyond sky may come to this world at any time. Tang Zheng was worried and worried. For a moment, he didn't have a good way to improve the situation. Do you want to know the reason why the demon race destroyed Mount Buzhou? The guardian's voice suddenly sounded. Tang Zheng was startled and asked hurriedly, Do you know the reason? I'm the guardian of Mount Buzhou. Of course I know the reason. The guardian said matter-of-factly. Tang Zheng slapped his head and suddenly realized. Yes, there's probably no one in this world who knows Mount Buzhou better than the guardian. He must know the reason. Tell me quickly. What's the reason? Tang Zheng couldn't wait to ask. The guardian said in a low voice, The divine power of Mount Buzhou protects the 100,000 mountains. Once Mount Buzhou is destroyed, the divine power contained in the 100,000 mountains will naturally collapse. This will completely change the situation of the 100,000 mountains. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly asked, What will happen after the situation changes? Once the situation changes, the 100,000 mountains will no longer be the 100,000 mountains, but a barren land. Barren land? Tang Zheng was shocked and frightened by this name. Obviously, this barren land was definitely not a good place. The barren land is the place where the Juli tribe lives and gathers. What is the barren land? It is a place where ordinary people can't live at all. Only the Zhuli tribe can live. As soon as this was said, Tang Zheng was even more shocked. His eyes widened in shock. The guardian added, "Not only that, the barren land will also expand. Dianan will be the first to be lost. It will be eroded by the barren land and become a barren land. Ordinary people will no longer be able to live in it." Tang Zheng didn't know what words to use to describe his feelings. He always knew that Qi Yu would take revenge for the Battle of Zhuolu, which meant that he would take revenge on the whole world. However, he never expected that he would come up with such a way. Once the whole world became a barren land, ordinary people couldn't survive at all. This was equivalent to destroying the descendants of the Yellow Emperor tribe. This world was full of the descendants of the Yellow Emperor tribe. Although tens of thousands of years had passed, Qi Yu still blamed the ordinary people. There was no need to wait for the arrival of the Outsky. This world was almost destroyed, leaving only the Devil Clan. This move could be said to be vicious. Qi Yu's desire for revenge could be said to be abnormal. He actually hurt the innocent and affected so many people. He couldn't help but clench his teeth. There seemed to be sparks in his eyes. He secretly said, "Fortunately, I stopped the Devil Clan. Otherwise, once the other party succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable." After a pause, he thought of another question and asked, "The Devil Clan failed this time. Will there be a way to destroy Mount Buzhou in the future?" This was the key to the problem. If the Devil Clan still had a way, then it was impossible to guard against. He couldn't guard Mount Buzhou all the time. The protector said confidently, "There is only one chance. After the volcano in the Holy Land erupts, the volcano will die. Then there will be no magma that can threaten Mount Buzhou." Tang Zheng let out a sigh of relief and said, "Qi Yu's scheme was thwarted. He will definitely be furious. If he knows that I didn't die, he will definitely think of a way to take revenge. Well, as long as this world is protected, what's there to be afraid of?" "You are very selfless," the protector praised. Tang Jing shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Because this world is my home. Of course, I won't allow outsiders to destroy my home." The Zhuli tribe was born in the barren land. The living conditions in the barren land are very bad. People from other tribes can't survive, but the Zhuli tribe can live in peace. It's like a paradise. Qi Yu always tried to turn the world into a barren land. In order to stop him, the Yellow Emperor started a war. In the end, the Yellow Emperor defeated Qi Yu. Step by step, he transformed the barren land. After countless years, the barren land disappeared from this world. After the Zhuli tribe left the barren land, their strength was greatly reduced. This is also why the Devil Clan has never been able to completely defeat the righteous path and restore the Zhuli tribe's former glory. Hearing these secrets from tens of thousands of years ago, Tang Zheng's attention was firmly attracted. Like a curious child, he kept asking, "The which clan is the origin of the Zhuli tribe?" It is equivalent to a part of the Zhuli tribe. The which clan's strength is not high now. Could it be because there is no barren land? Chapter 1296. The Buzhou Mountain had stood tall since ancient times and had witnessed history. In response to Tang Zheng's question, the guardian spirit said without hesitation, "The witch clan was imprisoned in the 10,000 Great Mountains. The sharp decline in their strength is indeed related to the degeneration of the savage lands. You must know that the witch clan is the origin of the Nine-Li tribe. The strength of the witch clan can be imagined. If the savage lands reappear, the strength of the witch clan will indeed increase by leaps and bounds." The guardian spirit gave a definite answer. Tang Zheng's eyelids twitched. He was looking forward to this answer, but he was also a little afraid. The witch clan could grow stronger, but there were too few of them. They could not be compared to the huge demon clan. Once the savage lands reappeared, the disadvantages would definitely outweigh the advantages. The demon clan would completely crush the other clans. Not to mention Tang Zheng. Even the Yellow Emperor's old subordinates would have to stand aside. The Witch Clan will assist you. If the savage lands reappear, the Witch Clan will be powerful. It will also be good for you. However, that is already impossible. The guardian spirit said. Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. I don't want to sacrifice this world to strengthen my own strength. I am not Chiyu. He and Chiyu were both Skywalkers, but the nine-young saint body was completely different. There was no similarity in their temperament. I really didn't misjudge you. The guardian spirit praised sincerely. If the Buzhou Mountain can prevent the 10,000 great mountains from becoming as savage lands, then how did the Buzhou Mountain appear? Tang Zheng asked again. The Buzhou Mountain was born from the destiny of the heavens and earth, not from a single person. The guardian spirit said mysteriously. It was born from the destiny of the heavens and earth. Tang Zheng frowned. This explanation was too mysterious. He thought for a long time and asked, why was the Buzhou Mountain born? The guardian spirit was silent, as if he was conflicted about whether to answer this question or not. In the end, the guardian spirit slowly said, the world is a savage land, and the people are in a terrible situation. The heavenly Tao could not bear it, so it gave birth to the Buzhou Mountain. Heavenly Tao. Tang Zheng was shocked. Hearing these two words again, his heart was set off waves. You're saying that the Buzhou Mountain was born because the heavenly Tao could not bear to see the people in a terrible situation? Yes. What is the heavenly Tao? The great Tao of heaven and earth. Tang Zheng was greatly disappointed. The guardian spirit's words were not very innovative. This heavenly Tao could not be seen, could not be touched, could not be understood, and was confused. Tang Zheng shook his head regretfully and said thoughtfully, after Mount Buzhou appeared, the number of barbarians in the barbarian land must have decreased sharply. Why didn't you destroy Mount Buzhou before? Yellow Emperor, the guardian spirit, spat out these two words. Tang Zheng suddenly understood. The Yellow Emperor was definitely aware of the power of Mount Buzhou and would definitely obstruct Chiyu's plan. Since Chiyu couldn't succeed, he naturally had to give up on this idea. Now that the Yellow Emperor was no longer in the way, Chiyu came up with a plan to destroy Mount Buzhou. In the Battle of Zhuolu, Chiyu was defeated. The divine power of Mount Buzhou accumulated over time, and the barbarian land in the world completely disappeared. There was no place for the demons to stand. The guardian spirit said. Tang Zheng secretly nodded and said, then what about the stairway to heaven at the peak of Mount Buzhou? What's that about? The stairway to heaven was the first passage to open the gate between the two worlds. This was very important. It even had something to do with the sky beyond heaven eyeing this world. Mount Buzhou was born from the heavenly Tao. Then what was the stairway to heaven? The stairway to heaven and Mount Buzhou are of the same origin. They appeared together, and the stairway to sky beyond heaven is connected. As for what the stairway to heaven is used for, I don't know. But I believe that the stairway to heaven must have its own uses. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao would not have created the stairway to heaven. The guardian spirit said with certainty. However, Tang Zheng was getting more and more confused. What was the meaning of the heavenly Tao's actions? There was no need for the stairway to heaven to exist. Apart from exposing this world to the sky beyond heaven and causing the sky beyond heaven to covet it, it also caused a series of disasters. Other than that, the stairway to heaven did not have much use. Obviously, the guardian spirit did not know the intentions of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps only the heavenly Tao itself knew. Tang Jing thought for a long time and could only give up. The stairway to heaven has been destroyed. If you want to rebuild the stairway to heaven, you must find the heaven and earth obsidian, right? Tang Zheng asked. Yes, the guardian spirit said. Only by rebuilding the stairway to heaven can Mount Buzhou be considered complete. The divine power will be restored to its original state. Could it be that the divine power of Mount Bujo has been greatly reduced? Yes, if not, you would not be so passive today. The guardian spirit seemed to sigh regretfully. This sentence meant that if the divine power of Mount Bujo was as good as before, it would not be as simple as just scaring off the dragon slayer. It might really be able to repel the dragon slayer and even destroy him. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng became excited. He had an urge to rebuild the stairway to heaven and lure the dragon slayer to Mount Bujo. With the help of the divine power, he could kill the dragon slayer. But this idea quickly disappeared. He did not gather all the heaven and earth obsidian. A part of it fell into the hands of Qiyu. Qiyu would definitely not be willing to rebuild the stairway to heaven and allow Mount Bujo to fully recover its divine power. This way, his plan would be even more ruined. Qiyu would definitely not do something that would harm himself and benefit others. He could only sigh and give up on this unrealistic idea. The spatial isolation between the two worlds in the sky above the mountain peak has weakened, right? Tang Zheng thought of another question. This was one of the goals of this trip. Naturally, he would not forget. With the guardian spirit, he wanted to ask all his questions. The spatial isolation between the two worlds has been weakening. This is no secret. In other words, people from the outland can break through the restrictions of space and reach this world. It's not impossible. After getting an affirmative answer, Tang Zheng's mood instantly became heavy. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on him. Then, how can I make up for this? I have no way. The guardian spirit said honestly. Fine. If I leave Mount Bujo, does that mean the divine power won't work? Of course. This divine power is only temporary. It will help you defeat strong enemies. Tang Zheng was not disappointed. The divine power helped him scare off the dragon slayer. This was already a great opportunity. He would not be greedy. Then I will take my leave first. Take care of yourself. Mount Bujo cannot fall, Tang Zheng urged. Although this trip was extremely dangerous and he did not get all the answers, he still gained something. It was better than nothing. Take care. I have a feeling that we will meet again in the future, the guardian spirit said mysteriously. Maybe. Tang Zheng shook his head and turned to fly. Without the somersault cloud, his speed was much slower. After leaving the 100,000 mountains, he descended from the sky. The border of the 100,000 mountains had been completely taken over by the military. Countless soldiers rushed over from all directions. This time the volcanic eruption had caused such a huge commotion. The authorities might not be afraid of it, but on the contrary, they would be even more eager to enter the core area of the 100,000 mountains to investigate. His guess was very accurate. The authorities had indeed planned to do so, and had even given him a death order. From now on, the 100,000 mountains would no longer be a deathly still place. The situation where people were rarely seen would change, and it would be occupied by countless large machines and soldiers. Tang Zheng was not worried. Other than the Bujo mountain, there was nothing else useful in the 100,000 mountains. There might still be some treasures in the prehistoric heavenly tomb. But this time, when the magma flowed through the prehistoric heavenly tomb, all the treasures turned into nothingness. He did not alarm these people. Without the somersault cloud, he could not fly continuously. He could only take a plane back to the capital. His whereabouts were immediately exposed to the various powers. The Long family was the first to receive the news that Tang Zheng had taken the opportunity. Long, Xianyuan, and Grandma Li had not recovered from the shock of seeing the dragon slayer. But they actually found out that Tang Zheng had left the 100,000 mountains safely. This was truly shocking. He was so shocked that his jaw was about to dislocate. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. For half an hour, they were unable to say a single word. In their minds, Tang Zheng was definitely going to die, because that mysterious person was simply too powerful, and there was simply no way for him to resist. But Tang Zheng just swaggered out without any hindrance, with the video as proof. Even if they suspected it, they could only dispel this laughable thought. One thing was certain, the situation was far more complicated than they had imagined. Without a leader, they were helpless. The only thing they could hope for was for the High Lord to break through the shackles in his heart as soon as possible and rise to power. Tang Zheng was not worried that his whereabouts would be exposed. He was currently holding back a bellyful of anger, and if anyone wanted to provoke him, he would not mind venting his anger on them. He sat quietly on the plane and closed his eyes to recuperate. Although there was a fashionable girl sitting beside him, he did not take another look. This attracted the attention of the fashionable girl. She could not help but curl her lips and spit out 2 words. Pretentious. Tang Zheng did not pretend at all. He was not in the mood to flirt. The other male passengers could not wait to change seats with him and get closer to the fashionable girl. "Hey, I'll change seats with you." A stiff voice rudely interrupted Tang Zheng's thoughts. A fat man walked over from the first-class cabin, patted Tang Zheng's shoulder and said arrogantly. Tang Zheng opened his eyes. The guy opposite him was an ordinary person. Tang Zheng did not want to vent his anger on an ordinary person, so he shook his head and said, "No need." The other party was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect this kid to reject him so decisively. That indifferent gaze did not put him in his eyes at all, and this angered him. "Kid, don't be so shameless. I want to have a good chat with this lady about life. If you know what's good for you, go sit over there. Looking at you, I'm sure you've never sat in first class before. Today, I'll be merciful and let you have a taste of foreign meat." Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. He was not angry, he just felt that it was funny. No matter where you go, there will always be people who feel good about themselves. This guy with a little money was such a person. He then looked at the girl beside him. She was indeed beautiful, but for him, she did not arouse the slightest interest. Seeing the other party pestering him, Tang Zheng was ready to sternly reject the other party. But he saw the other party's eyes suddenly become round, staring straight out of the window with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. The girl slightly glanced to the side and looked at Tang Zheng with ridicule. She wanted to see how he would respond. She liked it when men were jealous of her. Chapter 1298. Emo Xia looked sharply at Tang Zheng and asked coldly, "Why are you so stubborn? This is beneficial to you, so why won't you agree?" Tang Zheng looked indifferently at Emo Xia and said, "In life, there are things to do and things not to do. I will not sacrifice countless unrelated strangers for my own personal gain. Today, you suppress the demon race and reappear in the wilderness. In the future, the demon race will suppress you and sacrifice countless innocent lives to condense the soul of the golden crow. How should I deal with that?" "Soft-hearted," Emo Xia shouted. "Since ancient times, which throne hasn't been covered in bones? We condense the soul of the golden crow and revive the yellow emperor for the sake of the common people. What's the big deal with a little sacrifice?" Tang Zheng smiled and said, "This seems to be a dignified reason, but in reality, how is it any different from the demon race?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly changed and a somber atmosphere arose spontaneously. The air 10,000 meters in the air seemed to have frozen. "Audacious, you actually dare to mix the Yellow Emperor's tribe with the demon race." Emo Xia's reaction was very big, as if his reverse scale had been touched. Tang Zheng knew this, but he still said it because these were his true thoughts. Whether it was the demon race or the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates, they didn't put the common people in their eyes. They thought they were ants that could be trampled on. This made Tang Zheng very unhappy. This was because he was also an ordinary person before, and he was also an ant in the eyes of the other party. This kind of empathy made it impossible for him to stay out of this matter. Emo Xia huffed and puffed as she heavily exhaled. Only then was she able to suppress the anger in her heart as she said, Tang Zheng, this is your last chance. Don't tell me you want to become enemies with the demon race and us at the same time. This is not a wise decision. You will be attacked from the front and the back. Do you think you can come out unscathed? Facing Mo Xie's threat, Tang Zheng had already made his decision. He smiled and said, being attacked from the front and back, haha, I haven't experienced it before. I'm actually preparing to experience it. It should feel pretty good. Seeing that Tang Zheng was stubborn, Mo Xie shook her head in disappointment. She had come all the way here to throw an olive branch, but she never thought that this would be the result. This would only happen once. However, when he thought of the demon race's plan, his heart became heavy, as if a huge rock was pressing down on him. He did not lie to Tang Zheng. He was sure that Qi Yu would definitely have a backup plan. In other words, Qi Yu would not give up on the plan to let the wildlands reappear in the world. After this failure, Qi Yu would only become even more secretive. In the end, perhaps neither he nor Tang Zheng would be able to discover him. That would be really bad. I've already collected enough pure yang energy from the life totem. I must condense the soul of the golden crow as soon as possible and revive the yellow emperor. This is the most urgent matter. As for Tang Zheng, Mo Xie's expression fluctuated as he looked at Tang Zheng. In the end, he made a decision. He will restrain the demon race and even obstruct their plans. Killing him will do more harm than good. Let him live for now. Tang Zheng calmly looked into Mo Xie's eyes. No matter what decision Mo Xie made, he would not be surprised or afraid. This was because the two sides were enemies to begin with. How bad could the situation be? Tang Zheng, take care of yourself. The next time we meet, your life might be in danger. Mo Xie threw down these vicious words and disappeared into the distance with a whoosh. Tang Zheng shrugged and curled his lips. You intercepted me midway and went through so much trouble just to persuade me to surrender. Haha, you went through so much trouble. It's just that you think I, Tang Zheng, am too simple. However, after listening to his words, it was not as if he had gained nothing. At the very least, Tang Zheng did not know that the demon race had a backup plan. Now that he knew, he did not dare to lower his guard. After returning, he had to use all his strength to guard against the demon race's backup plan. When night fell, Tang Zheng returned to the capital. When he was still some distance away from his villa, he heard the sounds of quarreling. No, I want to go to the 100,000 mountains. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see him. Fang Shishir's sorrowful voice came from afar. Fang Shishir usually spoke in a soft voice and rarely spoke in such an intense tone. One could imagine how great her emotions were. I want to go too. I believe that he won't die. How can this playboy die? There are still so many girls in this house who haven't been harmed. Is he willing to die? Yi Dingdong's clear voice was like a thunderclap in a clear sky, causing people's ears to buzz. Hearing that, Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yi Dingdong, this girl, he really had to teach her a lesson. Was he that playful? Woo, it's all because I'm useless. I couldn't help her. Lu Qingmei started to cry. The impact this time was too great for her, and for a moment, she found it hard to accept this reality. Li Xiaotian did not cry. He bit his lips and said after a long while, I am also responsible. Even if I die, I should fight alongside him. Right? Didn't you boast that you're very powerful? Furthermore, you even obtained the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrows. You should fight alongside him instead of escaping back by yourself. Marshall was silent for a long time. After hearing Li Xiaotian's words, he exploded like a barrel of gunpowder and said loudly. Li Xiaotian bit her lips, causing blood to flow out from the corner of her mouth. She did not refute Marshall's words, like a child who had done something wrong. She did not say a word. The large villa was filled with clouds of sorrow, and the air was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. The opponent is a dragon slayer. Even if you stay, you won't be of any use. You're just sending yourself to your death. Empyrean Fairy said calmly, even if we die, we'll die with him. In any case, we're cowards if we run away. Yi Ding Dang stood together with Marshall against a common enemy. Feng Sure bit her lips, as her heart was completely filled with grief. She couldn't say a single word as her tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. Stop arguing, crying, and making a ruckus. What are you talking about? Tang Zheng, that brat's life is very tough. How could he die so easily? Tian Chanzi shouted loudly, like a clap of thunder, trying to suppress the scene. Actually, he was also a little guilty. The Dragon Slayer was not someone else. Even the Dragon Clan was afraid of the Dragon Slayer. Although Tang Zheng was powerful, he was definitely not a match for the Dragon Slayer. How could he escape from the hands of the Dragon Slayer? Tian Chanzi was not absolutely sure. Hearing Tian Chanzi's words, the despair in everyone's hearts seemed to ignite a flame of hope, and they asked with anticipation, "Really? If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. This isn't even certain yet. You guys are already fighting amongst yourselves. What kind of scandal is this? If Tang Jing knew about this, what would he think?" Tian Chanzi asked aggressively. Everyone immediately fell into silence, as if they were thinking about what Tang Zheng would think. "Hee, what do you think? Just ask me, and you'll know." A light voice suddenly sounded from the door. Swish! Everyone was stunned, as if they were possessed, and they thought it was an auditory hallucination. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Then, pairs of eyes looked at the door in unison. Creak! The door was pushed open, and a person walked in the night. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Tian Chanzi blurted out. Tang Zheng laughed and joked. "Tian Chanzi, do you think I'm a human or a ghost? Such a big living person standing in front of you. And you actually think I'm a ghost? Are you old and dizzy? Is it really you, brat?" Tian Chanzi took a few steps forward and tried to pat Tang Zheng's shoulder, but found that several people brushed past him and directly threw themselves into Tang Zheng's arms. Tang Zheng was hit a few times, and when he looked down, there were 4 more people in his arms: Feng Sure, Yi Dingdang, Wu, and Lu Qingmei. Li Xiaotian lifted her foot, but in the end did not take a step and stopped abruptly, looking at the 4 women with eyes full of envy. At the same time, surprise burst out from her heart, like gorgeous fireworks, making her mood instantly beautiful. The 4 women rushed into Tang Zheng's arms at the same time, crying tears of joy. Everyone's eyes were full of tears, and they were very excited, as if they were talking to themselves. "It's good that you're fine. I knew you wouldn't abandon me," Feng Sure said while sobbing. "Yes, how can a playboy like you be willing to die? There are so many beauties at home." Yi Dingdang punched Tang Zheng, feeling all kinds of emotions, crying and laughing at the same time. Wu did not say a word, but tightly hugged Tang Zheng with both hands. "I don't want to leave you. Even if we die, we will die together. It's too cruel for you to let me leave." Lu Qingmei's entire body trembled, her tears wetting the corner of Tang Zheng's clothes. For women, for heavy feelings of deep affection, completely exposed without any warning, causing Tang Zheng to have mixed feelings, and his mood also became heavy. With such a beautiful woman, how could he bear to die? How could he die? He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the sour feeling in his nose, and lightly patted their backs, pretending to be relaxed as he comforted them. "Don't worry, I'm back now, aren't I? How could I die so easily? I'm an undying cockroach." Lu Qingmei raised her head, looked at him with tears in her eyes, and said, "You don't know how worried I was when I saw you fighting with the Dragon Slayer. How could I not be worried?" Tang Zheng extended his finger and gently lifted Lu Qingmei's hair by her ear, revealing her white cheeks, and comforted her. "The Dragon Slayer is strong, but I'm not weak either. You have to have a bit of confidence in me." "Of course we have confidence in you. But this situation is different from before. Who wouldn't be worried? How could we be as calm as you say? That would be heartless." Yi Ding Dang impatiently said. "Right. If I didn't have you in my heart, I wouldn't be worried about you." Fong Sure allowed her tears to fall and said while choking with sobs. When these words were said, the other women's eyes had a subtle change, and they couldn't help but look at each other with strange expressions. The four women threw themselves into Tang Zheng's arms, leaning together in his embrace. Just now, they didn't find it strange. But now that they gradually calmed down, the scene immediately became awkward, or perhaps ambiguous. Wasn't this equivalent to their relationship with Tang Zheng completely exposed? Chapter 1299. The four girls' pink faces were especially alluring. For a moment, the four girls were in a dilemma. They glanced at each other from the corner of their eyes, touched each other, and then quickly retracted their gazes. Tang Zheng coughed dryly and said casually, "I'm back, you don't have to worry." After saying this, he let go of the four girls without a trace. As if relieved of a heavy burden, the four women hurriedly pulled apart the distance between them and Tang Zheng. Tian Chanzi smiled faintly. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes at him, knowing what he was thinking. From beginning to end, Tian Chanzi had been encouraging Tang Zheng to go all out, and now he was very close to success. The Empyrean fairy didn't care about her daughter's love affairs and directly said, "You fought with the Dragon Slayer? How did you escape from him?" Although she hadn't seen the Dragon Slayer, she could imagine how powerful he was. "It's a long story." Tang Zheng spoke tirelessly, not hiding the details of his battle with the Dragon Slayer. He only deliberately hid the matter of Mount Buzhou's guardian spirit. This was an unusual matter, and he subconsciously didn't want to announce it to the public. Moreover, he had been deliberately mystifying in front of Shura and the inner demons. If he exposed it now, he couldn't hide it from them, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. Although it sounded impossible, Tang Zheng was standing in front of them alive, and this fact was undeniable. Therefore, no one doubted the truth. Tang Zheng then threw out the matter of his meeting with Mo Xia, instantly attracting everyone's attention. When they heard about the wild lens, their expressions changed. "Qi Yu is really crazy. He wants to destroy the entire human race. We can't let him succeed." The Empyrean fairy's expression kept changing, and finally said, "Mo Xia said that Qi Yu has a backup plan. What do you think it is?" Tang Zheng resentfully shook his head. "Mo Xia can't think of it, and I don't know either. But I believe Mo Xia's words." Everyone's hearts tightened. Then doesn't that mean the danger hasn't been resolved, and the wild lens will reappear? We can't rule out this possibility. A huge rock pressed down on everyone's heart, reducing the joy of seeing Tang Zheng. Their morale was somewhat low. When Tang Zheng saw this, he quickly encouraged them. "This is just speculation. It hasn't happened yet, so don't feel too much pressure. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Qi Yu is cunning, but we've already crushed his first scheme, so we can crush his second one." Sure enough, these words were effective. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and they were in high spirits. Li Xiaotian passed down the order. Use all resources and pay attention to any suspicious phenomenon. We must find a way to find out about Qi Yu's so-called backup plan, Tang Zheng instructed in a deep voice. Li Xiaoqian's expression had already returned to normal. Hearing this order, he subconsciously straightened his body and sternly said, "Relax, the entirely palace will definitely do its utmost." Tang Zheng secretly nodded. A trace of reluctance appeared between Li Xiaotian's brows. He took out the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow and handed them over to Tang Zheng, saying, "I'll return these two divine weapons to you." Tang Zheng did not reach out to receive it. Instead, he stared at her with a burning gaze and asked, Are you used to it? A smile crept onto the corner of Li Xiaoyan's mouth. She said, "Of course, these two divine weapons are peerless in power, especially with Hou Yi's archery. They are so perfect that I can't bear to part with them." Tang Zheng already had an idea in his mind and said, "When we were at Mount Buzhou, I said that I would gift it to you. This was not a joke, I was serious. Therefore, these two divine weapons are naturally yours. You don't need to return them to me." Li Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with ecstasy at first, but then he shook his head. "No, it can be used even more in your hands." "Wrong." Tang Zheng denied. "Hou Yi's archery is a set of martial arts. I have no way to cultivate it. I did not truly unleash their power. This is a pearl covered in dust. Furthermore, in terms of archery, other people are far inferior to you. Only you are its true master, and if not for you, I would not have been able to obtain these two divine weapons. I have occupied them for so long, and now I have returned them to their rightful owner." Hearing these words, Li Xiaoqian's eyelids twitched, his heart surged, and the hand that was holding onto the divine armament started to tremble. Tang Zheng's finger tapped on the heaven-shocking bow, and the sun-shooting arrow, and a ray of light blossomed from the divine armament. Then, with a push, the divine armament returned to Li Xiaoyan's embrace. Tian Chanzi's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "You removed your master and servant relationship with these two divine weapons." Tang Jing nodded without batting an eyelid, without the slightest bit of regret. Although he would indeed lack a suitable weapon in the future, he believed that they would definitely be of greater use in Li Xiaoyan's hands. When the others saw this scene, their expressions also changed indeterminately. Especially Yi Dingdang, Feng Shishir, and Marshall looked at each other. The three girls had secretly formed an alliance to guard against Li Xiaotian. They never thought that Tang Zheng would give her this divine armament. Wouldn't that mean that Li Xiaotian's status had increased? What a mistake! They were extremely regretful. If they had not allowed Li Xiaotian and Tang Zheng to go to the Buzhou mountain together, this would not have happened. They understood Tang Zheng very well. Even if they stood out to stop Tang Zheng, it would be useless, because he had already made up his mind. Li Xiaoqian's hesitant eyes gradually became resolute. His hands gently caressed the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow, his heart surging with waves. Thousands of words stuck in his chest, but he could not say a single word. In the end, all her emotions turned into a heartfelt "thank you," and she bowed deeply towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng patted her shoulder and said, "Treat the divine armament well and use it to benefit the world. This will not be in vain." "Yes, sir." Li Xiaoqian's entire body trembled. He stood up straight, like a soldier who was being inspected, and answered firmly. At this time, Mu Hongyan held on to Nana and returned from outside with Princess Anne. When the people in the room sensed that the atmosphere was a little strange, they could not help but ask curiously, "What's going on?" The matter of Mount Buzhou had temporarily ended, so Tang Zheng was not willing to say too much. He did not want them to worry, so he smiled and said a few words, dispelling their doubts. Nana was like a little butterfly as she threw herself into Tang Zheng's embrace. Immediately, the atmosphere became joyous, sweeping away the previous depression and depression. In the dead of the night, the villa also quieted down, and everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Feng Shishir, Yi Dingdang, and Wu Qi gathered in a corner and muttered to each other for a while. No one knew what they were discussing. When the three of them separated, their faces were flushed red like ripe apples. Their eyes were filled with shyness, making them exceptionally alluring. Creak! The door was pushed open, and Tang Zheng, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He could vaguely see a figure flying in from the door, and then hurriedly closed the door behind him. Even in the darkness, it was unable to block Tang Zheng's gaze. These two people were actually Feng Shishir and Yi Dingding. These two girls seemed to be holding hands, and seemed to be quite nervous. They leaned against the door, and their breathing quickened. Tang Zheng's curiosity was piqued. He did not know what the two of them were up to, so he simply remained silent. The two of them took a few deep breaths and seemed to have finally gathered their courage. Yi Dingdang took the lead and walked towards Tang Zheng. Fang Shishir's hand was held by Yi Dingdang, so she had no choice but to walk over. Thump thump. The sound of heartbeats seemed to be particularly clear in this quiet environment. Their hearts seemed to be about to jump out of their throats. The two of them walked to the bedside. Tang Zheng was sleeping. Yi Dingdang pointed at Fang Shishir's clothes and then took off her jacket, revealing the thin pajamas inside. Fang Shishir bit her lip and did the same. She took off her jacket, revealing her silk underwear. Her curvaceous body was faintly discernible. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes and saw everything clearly. His heart skipped a beat and he said in surprise, "Could it be that the two of them are thinking of?" Happiness came too suddenly. For a moment, he felt that everything was like a dream. Yes, this must be a dream. Shishir is so reserved. How could she do this? At most, only Ding Dang would dare to mess around like this. Since he was sure that it was a dream, he might as well let it go. This kind of beautiful dream was the dream of many men. How could he waste this opportunity? Yi Dingdang suddenly felt a large hand coming from behind and covering her, but she exclaimed, "Ah, he's not sleeping. This guy is too despicable. He actually chose to side with us." Fang Shishir was like a frightened rabbit. She wanted to run to the side, but Tang Zheng's large hand stopped her slender waist. "Haha, you guys sure have guts." Tang Zheng jumped up and laughed loudly. "You're not sleeping. Annoying." Fang Shishir said coquettishly. Her face was so red that it could drip water. It was only because it was dark that she could see clearly. Tang Zheng said in all seriousness, "You guys still dare to talk about me? This is my room. What do you want to do by sneaking into my room in the middle of the night? Tell me the truth." "We just went into the wrong room," Fang Shishir said in a low voice. "Wrong room? Do you think I'll believe such a lame excuse?" Tang Zheng said with a smile that was not a smile. His large hands started to move. "Aya, where are your hands touching? Don't move." Fang Shishir began to twist around, coquettishly complaining. Yi Dingdang's personality was fiery. She grabbed onto Tang Zheng's large hands and rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Don't act like you're innocent after taking advantage of us. It's not like we don't know what you're thinking. Haven't you been looking forward to this scene for a long time?" Tang Zheng said righteously, "Am I that kind of person?" "Of course." Yi Dingdang nodded without hesitation. Fang Shishir hesitated for a moment before gently nodding her head as well. Tang Zheng loudly shouted, "Do you know that this is slander? Slander must be punished. I'm going back." Fang Shishir tried to break free from Tang Zheng's evil clutches as she called out sweetly, "It's too late. You sneaked into my room and still want to escape? No way. I'll punish you with the family law and let you know how powerful I am." Tang Zheng flipped over and sat up. His two large hands wrapped around the two women's slender waists as he pressed them down on the bed. "Ah!" The two girls cried out in alarm. Fang Shishir's scream also carried a bit of a soft and delicate feeling. Yi Dingdang, on the other hand, was much more fiery as her big hands directly touched Tang Zheng's chest. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up as he said, "Hey, you still dare to take the initiative to attack. I'll let you know how powerful I am." His large hands reached into their pajamas and firmly pressed the two women under his body, stirring up the entire room. Please follow my WeChat public account, Tang Xiao. If you search for Tang Xiao, you'll find me. Don't type the wrong word. Because of a lot of well-known reasons, some content cannot be posted in the book. Tomorrow, the details will be posted on the public account. Chapter 1300. The early morning sunlight shone in through the window, golden. Tang Jing opened his eyes and looked left and right, but there was no sign of Fong Shirshir and Yi Dingdang. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a disappointed and frustrated expression, and said in retrospect, it was indeed a dream, but that dream was too real, and the things that happened in the dream were endless. The battle last night was extremely intense and could be said to be soul-stirring. The woman's physique was extremely good, and it could be said that she had met her match. He was bold and did not reject anyone. In the end, after a hearty battle, he finally defeated the two girls and pressed them under his body. He could only gasp for breath and beg for mercy, crying out continuously. He put on his clothes and came to the hall, just in time to see Fong Shirshir and Yi Dingdang walking down the stairs. The two girls' faces were full of spring. Their skin was delicate and lustrous, and they had a kind of lazy beauty. Tang Zheng did not notice that the two of them looked at each other and glanced at Tang Zheng at the same time. There was an indescribable bashfulness in the depths of their eyes. Marshall walked to the side of the two girls and started whispering to each other, making it impossible for anyone to guess what they were talking about. Seeing that the few of them were happy and harmonious, Tang Zheng smiled. This way, there would be less danger of a fire in the backyard. However, after looking at the graceful figures of the two girls for a while, his mind couldn't help but recall the beautiful dream he had last night. His heart moved, and his body became hot and dry. Cough, cough! He coughed dryly and suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Bang! Suddenly, with a muffled sound, the door was knocked open. A witch clan member rushed in and shouted in panic, "Lord Envoy, something bad has happened!" Tang Zheng's expression turned cold. All of his attention was focused on the witch clan. He quickly walked to the front of the witch clan and said, "Don't panic. Speak slowly. What happened?" The witch clan gasped for breath, gasping for breath, and said impatiently, "The teleportation formation in the backyard opened," and Yi Yuan flew out from the teleportation formation. Yi Yuan. A young face surfaced in Tang Zheng's mind. Yi Yuan was one of the witch tribesmen that he was most familiar with, and was also the witch tribesman that followed him the best. Previously, in order to ensure Tang Linger's safety, Tang Zheng had specially assigned Yi Yuan to stay by Tang Linger's side to protect her. After that, Tang Linger did not encounter any danger and predicted that there would be no danger in the near future. In the current entertainment industry, everyone had a common understanding. No one should ever provoke Tang Linger. Although she wasn't a superstar, her mysteriousness and the power behind her didn't pale in comparison to a superstar. Her path to stardom was smooth sailing, making countless people envious and jealous. Tang Linger was considerate of Yi Yuan's hard work and insisted that he bring a group of witch clan members back to the island for a vacation. Before Yi Yuan left, he exchanged for a new group of witch clansmen to protect Tang Linger's safety, and only then did he return to the island in peace for a vacation. Right now, the island was the home of the witch clansmen. All of their family members lived on the island, and this group of witch clansmen was outside all year round, so they really missed their family members. They hurriedly returned to the island, and before they left, they even met with Tang Zheng. Hearing that Yi Yuan had flown out from the transmission array, Tang Zheng was shocked. His face was as gloomy as water and asked, "Where is Yi Yuan?" "The teleportation array is there." Whiz. Tang Zheng's figure flashed, and he had already rushed out of the door. The others also realized that the situation was serious and hurriedly chased after him. A portion of the witch clansmen had already gathered at the transmission array. There were quite a few witch clansmen stationed in this villa area. This place was equivalent to a transit station between the island and the outside world. The witch clansmen were no longer frogs in a well. One after another, they traveled back and forth between the island and the outside world in batches. In the outside world, the witch clansmen mainly provided protection to important people who were closely related to Tang Zheng. Of course, Tang Zheng did not only treat the witch clansmen as security personnel. He had invited many people to train the witch clansmen, allowing them to learn all kinds of knowledge from modern society and adapt to it. Some of the smart witch clansmen had already learned a lot of modern knowledge and had truly integrated into modern society. They would hold certain positions in the company and rise up step by step. This was Tang Zheng's idea, or rather, the path he had designed for the witch clansmen. Both martial arts and modern knowledge were equal, giving them enough choice. From afar, Tang Zheng saw Yi Yuan, who was lying on the grass. His face was pale, his body was covered in blood, and his clothes were dyed in a dark red color. "Get out of the way, Lord Envoy is here." The witch clansmen quickly moved to the side, opening up a path for Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng squatted down and called out, "Yi Yuan." There was no response. "He's unconscious from his injuries," a witch clansman reminded. Tang Zheng could also see that 2 fingers were placed on his wrist, and a stream of innate qi drilled into Yi Yuan's meridians. Because the 2 of them had both cultivated the primal chaos Vajra spell before, the innate qi had some similarities, and Yi Yuan's innate qi did not resist this external force. Tang Zheng frowned, and after a while he was able to clearly investigate Yi Yuan's body. His injuries were not easy. If he did not treat them, they would worsen. Yi Yuan was unconscious and could not provide any useful information. So treating his injuries and saving his life was the most important thing. Tang Zheng channeled his power and silently healed Yi Yuan's injuries. The others chased after him, and when they saw this scene, they were shocked. Yi Yuan was not an ordinary person. It would not be easy to heavily injure him to such an extent. The most important thing was that he was on an island. There were many witch clansmen living on the island, and there were also elders guarding the island. In addition, there were also Thundercloud Beast and Gue Qiansui. Gue Qiansui transformed into an island and moved with the ocean currents. His position was uncertain, so it was not easy to lock onto the island. But now Yi Yuan was severely injured and flew out of the transmission array. This was too intriguing. The island must have been attacked, and it was not just a normal attack. The fact that the others did not come out of the transmission array could only mean one thing. With that thought, everyone's hearts tensed up, especially the witch clansmen. They all looked at the transmission array, their eyes filled with worry. Their loved ones were on the island. If anything happened to them, what would they do? It was hard to imagine that scene. Whoosh! Tang Zheng heaved a heavy sigh of relief and released Yi Yuan's hand. After the treatment was over, Yi Yuan would not be in too much trouble. However, Yi Yuan had not woken up yet, and Tang Zheng could not wait any longer. He stood up with a whoosh, his face was as cold as ice, and his eyes seemed to want to kill someone. The island was one of his backers, and the witch clan was equivalent to his family. However, they had suffered such a serious attack. He felt the same way and blamed himself in his heart. He was the envoy of the witch clan. The entire witch clan had entrusted their lives to him, but he had not been able to protect them. This was his dereliction of duty, a serious dereliction of duty. Tang Zheng's breathing became heavy. Every breath he exhaled seemed to be filled with anger and killing intent. He urgently wanted to know who was so blind as to actually dare to touch the witch clan. Seeing Tang Zheng's reaction, everyone felt the same way and hurriedly advised, "Don't be anxious, maybe the situation is not as bad as you think." Tang Zheng remained silent and handed Yi Yuan over to the other witch clan members and warned them, "Take good care of him. I will help him and seek an explanation for all of you." The witch clansmen looked at him with blazing eyes and said, "Lord Envoy, we believe in you. You must teach the enemy a lesson." Tang Zheng nodded his head heavily, his gaze sweeping past the faces of the witch clan members one by one. Then he walked to the front of the transmission array, moving his 10 fingers together, a mysterious power surging out. The transmission array was activated. The others had already seen through Tang Zheng's thoughts from his reaction, and no one tried to persuade him anymore. This sudden turn of events made everyone feel as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. Tang Zheng took large strides into the teleportation array and disappeared. Empyrean Fairy followed closely behind and walked into the transmission array, her figure disappearing from the transmission array. Tian Chanzi said in a deep voice, "I'll stay at home to guard in case anything happens." A few Witch Clan representatives also impatiently walked into the transmission array. At such a critical moment, the Witch Clan members did not forget their mission, so they left behind a large number of people to protect the safety of the villa area. "I'll go too." Yi Ding Dang impatiently rushed into the transmission array. Wu Wu followed her closely and disappeared together. The situation on the island is still unclear. Don't send too many people. We have to believe in Tang Zheng and wait for his news. Tian Chanzi saw that the other girls were also impatient to chase after him and hurriedly spoke up to stop them. The few of them were anxious, but in the end they restrained their impulses and paced back and forth in front of the transmission array. On the island, when Tang Zheng walked out of the transmission array, what he saw made his anger rise even higher. The originally beautiful island that was like a paradise had become a living hell. Tall trees had fallen to the ground, burning with flames and emitting black smoke. He quickly rushed forward. He did not see any Witch Clan members, nor did he see any corpses. He only saw a lot of blood on the ground. There are no corpses. Perhaps it's a good situation. It means that they're not dead. Tang Zheng comforted himself. However, he was also very clear that this was a fluke. The real situation was probably far more serious than he had imagined. This island was not big. Tang Zheng had been here several times and was already familiar with it. Therefore, he quickly arrived at the place where the Witch Clan lived. He stopped in his tracks. There was no longer a good house in front of him. It had all turned into a pile of ruins, burning with raging flames and emitting black smoke. Bang! 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 A burst of hurried footsteps came from behind him. Tang Zheng did not turn his head. He knew that the others had caught up. Sure enough, these people stopped in their tracks and stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Their anger also surged up. Too miserable. The Witch Clan's home had been destroyed. In the past, there had been so much laughter here, but now it had become like this. Any one of the parties found it difficult to suppress their anger. A few of the Witch Clan members became even more agitated. They rushed into the ruins as if they had gone mad. The raging flames were unable to stop their footsteps. They called out the names of their family and friends again and again, but no one answered. Only the crackling sound of the burning house could be heard. The sea breeze blew, blowing the smell of smoke and dust, as well as the stench of blood, stimulating people's nerves. Chapter 1301. The sea breeze blew as if it was crying. The witches were sobbing in a low voice, looking around helplessly. Wu walked forward step by step. Bang! His legs bent, and he also knelt on the ground. He muttered to himself in a daze, "Where are the people? Where are the people of the Martial Organization?" Those who followed Wu Junshan and left the Martial Organization had been living on the island. The Martial Organization had always been isolated from the rest of the world. Even after they left the Martial Organization, they did not integrate into the outside world. Instead, they concentrated on cultivating on the island. Because of the attack of the island nation Yamada no Orochi, the Martial Organization suffered heavy losses. In the end, only a few people were left. Without a doubt, these people who followed Wu Junshan were all his confidants. They had been together with him day and night. Naturally, their feelings were not shallow. This time, the island seemed to have been wiped out. The people of the Martial Organization were also in danger. How could Wu stay out of it? Her mood could be imagined. Seeing Wu kneeling on the ground as if he had lost his parents, how could Tang Zheng not understand her thoughts? He quickly helped her up and comforted her. Wu, we haven't found them yet. We can't make a conclusion. Don't worry. Wu raised his head listlessly and said weakly, they're all gone. Tang Jing frowned. He did not know how to comfort her, especially the other witches. Their relatives and friends were all gone. The grief in their hearts was indescribable. Gui Qian Sui, come out for me. Tang Zheng lifted his foot and fiercely stomped it as he roared with a booming voice. After waiting for a while, a weak voice sounded, Master! Gui Qian Sui had already recognized Tang Zheng as his master. Hearing his master's call, he finally spoke. This island was formed by Gui Qian Sui. Since the island was still there, Gui Qian Sui was naturally there too. He must have witnessed everything that happened on the road. Where are the people? Where are the people on this island? Hearing Gui Qian Sui's voice, Tang Zheng asked angrily, Cough, cough. Gui Qian Sui coughed and said weakly, Master, your subordinate is useless. I couldn't protect them. They were killed by the enemy. Those who were killed, and those who were captured were captured. When they heard these words, they felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled violently, and their complexions became extremely pale. What did you say? Tang Zheng asked in a deep voice. Gui Qian Sui's voice trembled. The martial organization's people were all killed. Ah! A shriek of despair rang out. It was heart-wrenching. Marshall had never lost his composure like this before. He almost fainted. Tang Zheng hurriedly supported her. Yi Dingdang also hurriedly helped and hugged her shoulders. They were all killed. Yes. Gui Qian Sui hesitated and answered honestly. Tang Zheng's heartstrings trembled. There was a boom in his brain as if it had exploded. He had a deep relationship with the martial sect. Although he did not have much contact with the martial sect, because of Marshal Jun Mountain, the relationship between the two parties deepened day by day. Wu Junshan and his wife had left quietly. Naturally, the people of the martial order had been entrusted to him. However, he had failed to protect these people. Instead, he had caused all of them to die. No matter what, he could not absolve himself from the blame. He struggled to restrain the guilt in his heart. His voice trembled as he asked, Where are they? If they were alive, he wanted to see them. If they were dead, he wanted to see their corpses. Although these people were dead, he could not let their corpses be exposed in the wilderness. On the beach, Tang Zheng's expression turned cold. Previously, he had searched around the island, but did not go to the beach. Marshall suddenly stood up and crazily rushed to the beach. When the others saw this, they all chased after her. From afar, they could see people lying on the beach. It made their hearts tighten. Marshall quickly came to a person and squatted down to check. There was no sign of life. She was unwilling and quickly checked the others. Her busy figure came back and forth on the beach. Each time, there was more despair in her eyes. The grief between her eyebrows was more intense. Finally, she stopped and knelt on the beach. She looked up to the sky and shouted, Oh, why? Tang Zheng walked to her side with heavy steps and squatted down. He held her hand and looked at her with tears in his eyes. Marshall, I swear to you that I will definitely avenge them. Even if I die, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will still kill them. Tang Zheng said resolutely with killing intent. Marshall finally turned her head and threw herself into his embrace. Her entire body trembled as she choked with sobs and said, You must avenge them. Tang Zheng nodded his head heavily, looking at the corpses on the beach, his killing intent soaring. The martial sect was completely annihilated, but it was strange that he did not see a single witch. His voice was low as he suppressed his anger and asked, Gui Qian Sui, where are the witches? They've all been taken away. Who is it? Who the hell did all of this? Tang Zheng was about to explode as he roared. Demon Clan! Demon Clan! Tang Zheng gritted his teeth. He had never thought that the Demon Clan would actually attack the witches. Suddenly his heart was enlightened. Although the island was hidden, Qiyu had lived in his body for so long that he knew a lot about the island. Qiyu's cunning and strength were beyond doubt. If he tried his best to find the island, although it would take him a lot of effort, it would not be difficult for him. Who is the person who came? A team led by a very ugly woman. Her strength is very strong. Gui Qiansui said with lingering fear. Lu Wuxin. Tang Zheng and Empyrean Fairy said in unison. Empyrean Fairy had been silent, but at this moment she finally opened her mouth. Lu Wuxin spent a lot of effort to capture the witches. What is his purpose? Tang Zheng also had the same question. However, Qiyu knew a lot about him, but he did not know much about Qiyu. At least, this time he could not guess Qiyu's motive. Since it was Lu Wuxin who led the team to attack, they were naturally well prepared. Although the witches were strong, compared with the returning elites of the Demon Clan, they were still a little inferior. Not to mention, the enemy had Lu Wuxin, a master in charge. Where's the Thundercloud Beast? Tang Jing asked. The Thundercloud Beast was very strong. It was specially left to protect the island. Did the Thundercloud Beast not play any role? The Thundercloud Beast fought desperately, but the enemy was too strong. In the end, the Thundercloud Beast was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Where is it? Hearing that the Thundercloud Beast was not dead, Tang Zheng quickly asked. In a cave. I tried my best to save its life. Gui Qiansui said. Gui Qiansui's strength was not shallow, and his vitality was tenacious. Perhaps, in the end, Lu Wuxin also found that there was no way to kill him immediately. Tang Zheng's anger towards Gui Qiansui also calmed down. He did not sit idly by, but he really did not have the strength to do so. Let's go find the Thundercloud Beast. Tang Zheng made a prompt decision. The Thundercloud Beast was seriously injured, so it was more important to heal it first. Yi Dingdang stayed behind to accompany Wu, while the others and Tang Zheng went to a hidden cave. Sure enough, they saw the Thundercloud Beast lying on the ground, dying. Thundercloud Beast. Tang Zheng rushed forward and hugged it. The Thundercloud Beast slowly opened its eyes and said, Master, you came. I did not protect them well. Don't talk. You tried your best. Your injuries are very serious. Tang Zheng's heart tightened. The Thundercloud Beast's injuries were more serious than he expected. I won't die for the time being, the Thundercloud Beast said weakly. Tang Zheng hugged the Thundercloud Beast and looked left and right. It was a tragic sight. He made a decision in his heart. Gui Qiansui turned into an island and drifted on the sea was not safe. In the future, he could not put them on an island. This was putting his own people under the eyes of the enemy as live targets. He thought too simply before, which led to this tragic ending. He would never make the same mistake twice. Gui Qiansui, you leave with us. There is no need for this island to exist, Tang Zheng said in a deep voice. Gui Qiansui said in fear and trepidation, Master, this is all because of my incompetence. Please punish me. It's not your fault. You did your best. From now on, we will gather together. We can't give the enemy a chance to take advantage of us. Empyrean Fairy looked at Tang Zheng's firm eyes and secretly sighed. This matter could not be said to be a small blow to him. The demon race committed such a crime. She was afraid that they would suffer the consequences. Tang Zheng was a very persistent person. He was also a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. Because of him, the witch race was annihilated. How would he explain it to Wu Junshan in the future? Therefore, the anger and hatred in his heart were increasing day by day. It was hard to imagine. You can rest assured that we will fight side by side with you. We will ruthlessly attack the demon race's arrogance. Empyrean Fairy comforted. Tang Zheng looked at her and nodded heavily, saying, "Thank you." But we can't guess the demon race's motive. They have spent so much effort. Their motive is certainly not simple. We don't know what they are planning. Empyrean Fairy sighed in annoyance. Tang Zheng was moved and asked, "Gui Qiansui, is it true that none of the witches died?" "Yes, none of the witches died. They just took them away. Some who resisted strongly were only injured. They clearly had the opportunity to kill them, but in the end, the demon race did not do so." Gui Qiansui was very puzzled, but he could not figure out the mystery. Tang Zheng and Empyrean Fairy looked at each other. A huge question mark appeared in their minds. The demon race did not kill the witches. It meant that the witches were still useful. The witches were the origin of the ancient Jili tribe. It was equivalent to the origin of the demon race. Although they were declining now, their status was not ordinary. Qi Yu ruled the witches. At the end of his life, he even sealed the witches in the 100,000 mountains. What was the purpose of this painstaking effort? Was it just to protect the witches? Qi Yu killed people like flax. Would he be so kind? Tang Zheng did not think so. Qi Yu must have another purpose. But for a moment, Tang Zheng could not figure it out. You don't have to guess. Qi Yu has always been cunning. Like the Yellow Emperor, he is not easy to deal with. If you fight with him, you can't win if you don't have a few tricks up your sleeve. The inner demons suddenly said, "You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."